Shangumitra Bandhopadhyay from the Indian Statistical Institute.
Welcome.
So we will start in about 2 minutes, and then the panel discussion comes a little later, right?
Yes, that's at around 11:10, the panel.
11:10. Yes, yes. Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to all the esteemed panelists for the 9th INA NAEK workshop on the next generation
이
technologies,
웨비나는 기록 및 요약되고 있습니다.
creative computing and IT talent exchange. Today, 11th August 2026, online. With that very brief opening, let me now start the program by inviting for the inaugural session, President of INAE, Mr. J.D. Patil, to kindly deliver his opening address for this workshop. Mr. Patil, sir, your few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all fellows of INE as well as the Korean Academy of Engineering. Professor Yoon, President of NAEK Korea, distinguished speakers, panelists, fellows of INE and NAEK as well as distinguished delegates. Must say this is my great pleasure and for a very special reason. The INE NAEK, this is a 9th workshop, exactly nearly a decade old kind of an initiative. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all for this. Over the years, this is one of those exceptional examples of nearly a decade old, one of the longest of such inter-academic collaboration which has been going on. We held the workshop annually since 2017, except for the COVID year of 2020. As I mentioned, this is one of those most successful examples of sustained cooperation between the two academies, and there's a lot to gain for both INAE and India, as well as South Korea and NAEK. It reflects a shared commitment between the academies in advancing engineering, promoting innovation, and strengthening long-standing friendship between the two countries, not just at the level of professionals, but also at the strategic level and at the premiers of both the nations. My sincere appreciation for NAEK for continued partnership in making this annual dialogue both meaningful and impactful. This began with physical sessions for first about 3-4 years, and beyond COVID, as the whole world came to learn, we can use our time more efficiently sitting in our own offices, and that's where this became a virtual annual kind of an event. The theme of today's workshop is very, very timely and forward looking, as always has been for the INA NAEK workshop. The technical program for today has been very, very thoughtfully curated, and two themes that are defining the future of engineering and innovation worldwide: creative computing and next generation IT innovation, and of course, sharing of talent right across is what one is expecting to do as part of this collaboration. I must compliment my colleague at INA, Dr. Alok Raj De, who's member of our governing council, and our colleague at and our other colleagues at NAEK for putting together a stimulating and forward-looking kind of a program. The program for today's workshop has been, as I said, equally important in the development of global skill force and technological leadership, and that essentially we expect that it builds some new kind of a learning, new kind of talent. From global perspective, we are witnessing an unprecedented technological transformation driven by AI, creative computing, immersive technologies, quantum computing, and digital platforms. These technologies are fundamentally changing the way we innovate, the way we work, learn, and interact. At the same time, they also compel us to ensure that technological progress remains guided by human values, ethics, trust, inclusivity, and sustainability, besides, of course, friendships. Innovation must not apply only to our systems getting smarter, but also to make our societies more equitable and resilient. India is today uniquely positioned to contribute to this transformation, and so is South Korea. And with one of the largest pool of engineering talent in India, a vibrant startup ecosystem, robust digital public infrastructure, and rapidly growing capabilities in AI, software engineering, and deep tech, India is emerging as a global innovation hub. The another special aspect of India is more than 1 million graduate engineers fully ready to get into their professional careers. And this is essentially another area where, given the demographic advantages of India, and to some extent, this is exactly where between India and Korea we can do a lot together, bringing this talent on board for purpose of doing work together. Costa Korea in recent years, rather last couple of decades, has established itself as a global leader in advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, robotics, and we have been seeing that workshop after workshop over past years. These are domains which we actually have focused on and done a lot of wonderful work. The convergence of these complementary capabilities provides an excellent opportunity for our two countries to deepen collaboration in research, innovation, startup ecosystem, and talent mobility, and talent commercial and technology commercialization. Such partnerships will not only strengthen a bilateral relationship, it will also contribute meaningfully to addressing global technological challenges. Engineering academies have an important role in connecting researchers, industry leaders, policymakers, and this is essentially where, besides these bilateral workshops, INAE and NAEK with being the kids members, every year we look forward to meeting each other, sharing of our own shared values, and taking our collaboration forward. A collaboration over past 8 workshops, and this being the ninth, demonstrates how engineering diplomacy can strengthen bilateral relationships and contribute to addressing global technological challenges. I'm confident that today's deliberations will generate valuable insights, foster new collaborations, and pave way for deeper engagement between our researchers, innovators, startups, and industries. Before I conclude, I express my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists from both countries for sharing their expertise. I also congratulate the organizing teams from both INAE as well as NAEK to put together such a forward-looking program. With these words, I wish the ninth INA NAEK workshop every success. I hope today's discussions inspire new ideas, stronger partnerships, and innovative solutions, and that would take India as well as Korea ahead. Thank you and wish everyone a productive and engaging workshop. Whatever outcome of this workshop is there, about 3 weeks from now, maybe about 4 weeks from now, we shall be meeting at Munich with NAEK, and that's during the KIDS 26 to plan what we will do ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inaugural address. Let me now welcome Professor Yoo Joon Yoon, President, National Academy of Engineering of Korea, for the welcome address for the conference. Professor Yoon, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to welcome all distinguished participants from India and Korea to the 9th INAE NAEK workshop. Since 2017, the National Academy of Engineering of Korea and the Indian National Academy of Engineering have worked together to build a trusted platform for academic, industrial, and technological cooperation. Through our annual workshops, we have strengthened mutual understanding, fostered lasting partnership, and created valuable opportunities for collaboration between our engineering academies. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to INAE for your continued leadership and partnership and support. In particular, I wish to thank President Patil for his leadership and steadfast commitment to advancing the relationship between our two academies. This year's theme, Next Generation Technologies, Creative Computing and IT Talent Exchange, reflects how innovation is increasingly driven by the convergence of technology, creativity, and talent. As Korea and India continue to deepen cooperation in strategic industries and advanced technologies, the exchange of expertise, talent, and real-world experience has become increasingly important. As emerging technologies continue to transform the way we live and work, the ability to combine technological excellence with creative thinking, interdisciplinary collaboration, and highly skilled talent is becoming a defining factor in innovation and competitiveness. Today's program reflects this vision. We are pleased to welcome a representative from Krafton, a valued member company of NAEK with a strong presence in India, scholars leading creative computing and interdisciplinary research, and leaders from Korea's startup community. Together with distinguished participants from INAE, representing leading universities, research institutions, and global technology companies, today's workshop brings together a broad range of expertise across both countries. Many of our speakers and panelists have studied conducted research, or built business across Korea and India. Their experience reflects the close connections that have developed between the two countries and will bring valuable perspectives to today's discussion. Today's discussion reminds us that engineering advances most rapidly when it embraces creativity, draws upon diverse disciplines, and remains closely connected to the needs of the society. I hope this workshop will provide an opportunity to explore those intersections and inspire new ideas for future cooperation. Korea and India have established a strong foundation for cooperation in science, technology, and engineering. I hope today's discussions will build on that foundation by fostering new partnerships and expanding collaboration between our two engineering communities. The National Academy of Engineering of Korea remains committed to working closely with INAE to strengthen our partnership and expand the opportunities for collaboration between two countries. Once again, thank you for all joining us today. I wish you a productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yoon, President of the National Academy of Engineering of Korea, for this welcome address to all the delegates of the workshop. With that, let me quickly now move to the brief structure of the program. As the attendees are well aware, the program looks like this. Today's program starts India time 9:30, 1 p.m. Korea time, ends at 1:20 India time, 4:50 p.m. Korea time, with a number of keynote speeches, technical session 1, panel discussion, session 2, panel discussion 2, and closing remarks. With that, let me now introduce to you Dr. Alok Nath Dey, Fellow of National Academy of Engineering of India, founder and CEO of TechCraft Ops, and his Korean connection is evident that he has been corporate vice president of Samsung Electronics and chief technology officer of Samsung India. With that brief, let me invite Dr. Alok Nath Dey, the chair for today's workshop, to kindly commence the proceedings with the technical sessions. Dr. Dey, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all. Annyeonghaseyo. Very glad to convene this workshop along with the organizing team between India and Korea, and in particular INAE and NAEK. As you know that, strong personal connect I have with Korea. During my 11 years of stay with Samsung as Sangmo, maybe I made some 50 plus visits to Korea. Today's topic is Next Gen Tech, Creative Computing, and IT Talent Exchange. So creative computing is where logic meets imagination, where engineers may partly think like artists and artists will think like engineers, right? To some extent. And the most transformative technologies emerge from this intersection of creativity and innovation. India's scale and ingenuity is growing. And when that meet Korea's tech excellence, we have a very bold opportunity to convert the ideas into impact. So this workshop is all about exploring what we can imagine, create, and achieve together. With that note, I think first session is on the keynote speech. Our first speaker is Mr. Hyunil Son. He is CEO of Krafton India. You have the details of biodata in the abstract booklet, but just for reference that he has been running the company's business strategy and operations in this gaming market, head of corporate development earlier, seen strategic investments, mergers and acquisitions. Even before that, CFO role that he played with PUBG Corporations. So a lot of finance background, and his bachelor's degree is industrial management from KAIST, and MBA in finance and accounting from Tsinghua University. So I think he's going to present as a first keynote talk the trends in India's interactive market expansions, how it is evolving structurally. And when you put that vis-a-vis Korean market and other global markets, how does that look like? What strategic positioning we could take? With that note, I will hand over to Mr. Yunil Son. And we have about 15 minutes to make your comments so that at the end we can have some question answers that people have.
Thank you. Thank you for the very kind intro. 안녕하세요. Namaste. I'm Hyunil Son. I'm making this presentation on behalf of Krafton, which is a global gaming company headquartered in Seoul, with more than 20 creative studios and global offices across 10 different countries, including Krafton India, based in Bangalore. We have roughly 110 employees based out of Bangalore and Delhi. So before I dive into my main part of the presentation, I want to quickly show a 1-minute video, which can provide quick glimpse of what is Krafton doing in India, and also how India's interactive media market is evolving right now. Okay.
दुनिया का इतना बड़ा गेमिंग का मार्केट, मुझे अब गेमिंग में भारत की लीडरशिप पक्की करनी है। ऐसे सब विषयों में एक साथ काम करने के मैं पक्ष में हूँ।
Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030.
स्पोर्ट्स की दुनिया में ई स्पोर्ट्स एक नया उभरता हुआ स्पोर्ट
Okay. Let me switch back to the main presentation. Okay. Today, I would like to present about what we are observing at the market level, especially in India's interactive market. My talk will cover 3 things. First, why India's digital economy deserves close academic and industry attention. Second, how India's $13.8 billion interactive media market is structured. And third, 2 segment level dynamics we believe are genuinely novel: the explosive rise of micro dramas in video and the regulatory reshaping of the gaming market following the ban of real money gaming. Let me begin with a 5-year comparison between South Korea, a mature digital economy, and India from 2020 to 2024. On GDP level, India grew from 2.7 to 3.9 trillion US dollars, while Korea moved from 1.6 to 1.9 trillion US dollars. The gap is widening, but the more striking figures are in digital adoption. India crossed 1 billion internet users in 2024, which is 1 trillion, up from roughly 800 million in 2020. Korea, by comparison, sits at around 15 million. In other words, India added more new internet users in 5 years than 4 times of Korea's entire online population. The divergence is even sharper in gaming. India's gamers base grew from 360 million in 2020 to roughly 600 million in 2024, 64% increase over the last 4 years. Korea's gamers counts actually declined over the same period from 30 million to 27 million, probably mainly from the decreasing younger population. And yet, this is the crucial asymmetry, the monetization gap remains enormous. Korea's gaming market was worth around 20 billion US dollars in 2024, while India was 3.8 billion US dollars. Korea monetizes roughly 27 million gamers into a market 5 times larger than India's 591 million gamers. That asymmetry, massive engagements, early stage monetization is the single most important frame for understanding everything that follows. India is not a small market though. It is an under-monetized market. Yet the monetization curve is now visibly going upward. So how large is India's interactive media economy today, and what is it made of? According to Lumikai, which is India's most famous gaming VC funds, their State of India Interactive Media Report 2025, the market reached $13.8 billion in calendar year 2025, growing 17% year on year. Let me walk through the 5 segments building up to the total of 13.8 billion interactive market. Video is the largest segment at $5.4 billion, growing 23%. This includes OTT streaming, microdramas, and short-form video and live streaming, but excludes traditional broadcast television. Social media and community platforms follow at 4.9 billion, up 13% annually. Together, video and social accounts for 75% of the entire market. Animation and VFX contribute 1.6 billion, growing 9% annually, the slowest but a steady export-oriented segment. Video games stands at 1.5 billion, growing 17%. And I should note that figure excludes real money gaming, which has been banned since August 2025. Finally, audio podcasts and audio contents, which is the smallest segment at 0.4 billion, but the fastest growing at 29% year on year. The headline, then, this is a large, diversified, double-digit growth market, with the growth increasingly driven by new formats rather than incumbent categories. Let me now go deeper into video, because this is where the most interesting structural change is happening. Video grew from 4.1 billion to 5.4 billion in 2025. Within that, OTT platforms like YouTube, Netflix, JioHotstar, Z5 anchored the segment at $4.9 billion. Short-form video and live streaming contribute about $240 million US dollars. But the breakout story is microdramas at $2.60 million market size. What is microdrama? It is serialized vertical format scripted video, which is available on your mobile phone. Episodes of 30 seconds to 3 minutes only, built for mobile first viewing with a high intensity, hooks and cliffhangers. Platforms like Story TV, Pocket TV, Quick TV, and Kuku TV, which are all local players, lead the space, with the Story TV alone representing more than 70 million users. Now consider that trajectory. This category was effectively at 0 2 years ago. It reached to $60 million in 2025. It is now forecast to hit 1.5 billion in 2026, 91% growth annually. And it is projected to reach 4.5 billion US dollars by 2030, a 31% compound annual growth rate. That would make it India's fast-growing entertainment format. The engagement data explains why the forecasts are also so aggressive. Microdrama users already spend 60 minutes per day with that format. That is 77% of OTTs, 78 minutes. Despite episodes lasting only minutes, monthly active users have reached 100 million against OTT's 450 million. Annual downloads at 450 million are already 2/3 of OTT's base. Monetization, meanwhile, is early but promising. Microdramas shows an annual ARPPU of $15 against OTT's $35. 43% of OTT's level, but with only 17 million paying users against OTT's 133 million paying users, the engagement is there. The paying base has barely been tapped. Our reading is that scale monetization is still to come. The analogy we would offer, just as TikTok disrupted social media landscape and hyper-casual games reinvented mobile gaming, microdramas appear to be that disruptive moment for OTT video in India. My second deep dive will be on gaming, a market that has just lived through a genuine natural experiment in regulation. In August 2025, India passed a PROG Act, which bans online games, real money online games played with cash stakes. Real money gaming, fantasy sports, card games with the cash wagers had been $2.3 billion market in 2025. It fell 22% to $1.3 billion in 2025, and it is effectively projected to be zero by 2030. An entire revenue category larger than the rest of the video games market combined was legislated out of existence. Just for your reference, real money gaming has been banned in Korea since the beginning of internet gaming, which is starting to happen in 90s. So what happened to the underlying market? Three observations. First, the player base proved resilient. The number of gamers declined only 9%, from 600 million to 550 million. Casual real money gaming users exited, but core gamers stayed on. Weekly time spent fell from 13 to 8 hours, reflecting that exit. Second, and this is a finding I would emphasize, payer conversion held completely steady at 25%. Paying gamers went from 150 to 140 million, exactly tracking the base. The willingness to pay among core gamers was untouched by the regulatory shock. Third, the revenue mix is being rebuilt on healthier foundation. The video games market, excluding RMG, hit 1.5 billion in 2025, and it is forecast to reach 3.2 billion by 2030, a 17% annual growth rate. In-app purchase are the engine. In-app purchase are the engine and growing at 19% annually, reaching 1.56 billion by 2030, nearly half the market. Advertising revenue grows at 13%, led by rewarded video, which commands eCPMs of $2.43 against 80 cents for interstitial and just 8 cents for banners. One final data point on efficiency. In India's top 25 apps, gaming accounts for only 8% of downloads, but 36% of revenue. Indian gamers spend roughly 4.5 times more than non-gaming app users, a ratio comparable to global markets, where gaming takes 44% of revenue and 16% of downloads. Gaming remains the most efficient monetization category in India and also globally. Let me close with the three takeaways. First, India has crossed a threshold 1 billion internet users, nearly 600 million gamers, and a $13.8 billion interactive media economy growing at 17% annually. The scale question is settled. The monetization story is just yet beginning. Second, format innovation, not just incumbent categories, is driving growth. Microdramas went from zero to a projected $4.5 billion category in 5 years, and audio is compounding at 29% annual growth. Third, regulation matters, but core demand is durable. The RMG ban erased a multi-billion dollar category, yet payer conversion held at 25%. And in-app purchase led revenue growth is rebuilding the market on more sustainable economics. For Krafton, these trends validate our long-term commitments to India market as an investor and also as a game publisher, and also as a builder of the esports ecosystem around Battlegrounds Mobile India, which is our flagship titles, and many more others. We believe India is not simply the next large market, it is where the next new models of interactive media monetization will be invented. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is,
Thank you very
yeah.
much. Any important comments, questions? One, if anybody has. Otherwise, you'll get a chance after the second speaker. We'll come back once more. So thank you, Mr. Son, for very clearly articulating that India is not an emerging market, it is the market, and how structurally it is evolving, particularly OTT and micro dramas. Thank you again for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
So with that, we move on to the next keynote speech by Professor Santanu Chaudhary. He is Vice President of INAE, Dean of Ashoka University. Prior to joining, he was Director for IIT Jodhpur and Director of CSIR. Before that, also in various positions in IIT Delhi. He's a distinguished computer scientist and academic leader, BTech from IIT Kharagpur, PhD also from there. And his 350 research papers are on either AI or computer vision, multimedia systems, digital heritage. He received many awards, including INSA Young Scientist Medal, Distinguished Alumni Award of IIT Kharagpur, and NASI, and many others. So with that, I think I'll hand over to Professor Santanu to shed some light on the theme topic with special reference to IT talent and innovation exchange. Over to you, Santanu.
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Let me first thank Alok.
Full screen, sir. Full screen, sir.
Okay. I hope it is now full screen and it's visible properly.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So let me express my gratitude and thanks to INE President and Alok for inviting me to this Indo-Korea technical discussion session. And obviously the whole theme is on creative computing. And I've chosen to talk about creative computing, convergence and AI, and how all of these things together is creating the contour of emerging technology. And in that context, how the IT talent and innovation exchange between India and Korea is becoming extremely important. So my talk is, in that sense, a contrast to the first talk, which really talks about the market. And I'm trying to talk about what in the market should go in terms of a technologist's perspective. So what is really creative computing? If you see today, creative computing is an emerging term which has got multidimensional significance. It's actually linked with aesthetics of computing, which was not there earlier. I think when we talk about creative arts on computer, games on computers, as well as dramas and computers, and as entities to be looked at, products and products to be used, aesthetics becomes an integral component of such products. And that production process is dominated by the creativity, and therefore the infinite variations that can come because of human creativity that gets reflected in those products. They have to be responsive. And the potential of this space, it can scale without loss because human imagination is limitless. So this is a fantastic opportunity for actually making progress in the market because we are not constrained by the resources. So therefore, we have to move to new production models. And creative economy meets creative computing to create the new production models, which I think will dominate the market in days to come. In fact, what we have actually heard just about microdrama gaming as a market that it dominates, that whole process will now generalize beyond that visual experience to more in the engineering domains. Because all of these are linked with the economics of cultural production. So obviously, the examples I've given here, a musician who will be coding using maybe generative AI will become a creative artist as well as an engineer. A visual artist who understands computing will design interesting physico-digital installations, and writer who works with language models will actually evolve in new forms of storytelling and communicating. So the engineering approach to creativity is exactly what is defining these emerging production models, and the outputs of these are being consumed by the human population across the globe today. In fact, the market change which is happening is a clear indicator of that. But it's not only in terms of these products which are coming up, but as has been already talked about, adaptive games, gaming is a big market. At the same time, digital art collections. I think this is something very, very critical and important with reference to the Indian culture and Indian heritage. Because Indian heritage provides an opportunity to rediscover Indian art in a modern context in a completely different way. In fact, if you look at even in terms of music, the whole folk tradition and the traditional Indian music is rediscovering itself, and the digital technologies, which is guided by the creative computing, is bringing in a transformation of their representation structure. And that's making cultural experiences personal. And at the same time, if you think in terms of our craftsmanship, which has been there with the traditional artisans, how can we translate to the digital space? So that is happening is also in terms of improving the production methodology, in terms of coming up with new designs. And that economy is something where is the blend of creativity, engineering, computing together. And that's generating a set of consumer products, which are going also beyond that of games and dramas. And I think this is something which is very, very important to look at, because we can exploit our cultural heritage into this space, which can lead to new products. Now, therefore, with the AI now coming in, AI is actually changing the whole face of this creative computing. Now, creative computing, if you see the tools today, LLMs, diffusion models, MLMs, we need not be experts in those, but we can be creative user of those. I think this is also a new skill set we need to address, and we need to see how more and more people can get empowered with these tools. And at the same time, engineers who are working on these can make these tools more physical world facing. It has been very abstract in terms of scientific oriented, computer oriented, but there is a potential of these technologies to moving into the physical space, consumer space. So a practitioner who understands how diffusion model works, what training data shapes their aesthetic, and what their failure modes look like, will direct them more effectively, who do not treat them as black boxes, but actually make use them as useful creative artifact. So here exactly what comes in is also at the same time the semantic understanding as creative tool. So therefore, if you look at the education, the whole change of education which is happening today is also an opportunity for this kind of multimodal creation. If you see the creative economy, one space education is a huge market in India. The traditional educational system, being part of the system itself, we know is now facing a crisis. We need new models of education and new models of communicating this knowledge to the younger generation is coming there. And so therefore, semantic generation, rather than specifying formal parameters, the practitioner can specify the meaning, what the work should communicate, what emotional territory it should occupy, what cultural references it should evoke. And that actually changes, if you see, the whole tradition and methodology of humanities education in the country. And multimodal generation as a tool and techniques can change the production process where our students are involved, and students are involved in various creative outputs that they can generate. So if we have to bring our younger generation as a powerful element in this creative economy, I think this whole training process has to change. And this is exactly what they need to be exposed to these tools. So this is the point, is what I'm talking about is not engineering, but how engineering can become a tool for educating next generation to play an active economic role coming via the creative economy path, which actually you have seen that the financial state that has been talked about shows a huge market and huge potential of employment of next generation youth, but looking at them, training them in a different way. Now let's come to engineering. Now there is an emerging convergence which is very, very important of art, design and engineering, which is actually would push us to rethink also about engineering education. Engineering constrains and liberates art. Look at this as a different perspective. I've picked up an example of a bridge or any modern construction which is happening, which are also beautiful. So if you look into it, because engineering constraints has been taken into account, and this has been transformed into representation space where beauty has not been ignored, which clearly shows that creativity is coming in via the design principles. So, and that design principles in a way is humanizing engineering. When art and engineering meets together, then engineering has a much more human face which appeals to more end users. So engineering without art may produce things that work, but infrastructure that no one cares about. But infrastructure, if people have to care about, it has to be also beautiful and it has to be functional. I think these two things together is actually the big convergence which is coming up, and here design holds a middle. So it also therefore very, very important today that how critically design should be part of our engineering curriculum, part of our engineering processes, and engineering companies should also adopt design practices in a big way, which is happening, but also that has to be expanded and brought into in the domain of small and medium scale manufacturers. Now here art, design, engineering and creative computing is actually the convergence that we are talking about. And I think today's whole seminar actually points our perspective in this direction, where we had classically thought that art, design, engineering, and even creative computing are verticals which may not really come together. But it's very important to have them, bringing them together to discover the next horizon of space of new technologies. Art is finding form that communicates that what cannot. Design is a discipline which understanding how humans actually think, feel, and move. And engineering, that's what I've tried to define, is a rigorous negotiation between human intention and physical reality. What materials will bear, what systems will sustain, and what world will not allow. And therefore, art supplies intention, meaning, and the question worth asking for an engineering system to be developed. Design supplies empathy, usability, and human being the work is for. And engineering supplies constraint, reliability, and negotiation with physical reality. In fact, this whole approach to innovation and product design actually can create the differentiation for the future of the industrial development. So creative computing in this is a connecting thread, supplies a medium in which all three can be explored, tested, and realized together. And therefore, in this context, another thing which also comes up is the IP. I think this IP, and also when we are talking about transnational boundaries, we also need new definitions of IP. So therefore, what impact on creators' visibility and creation quality? Because this is something which is very, very important, but because when AI is being deployed in the creative industries, the question comes up, AI consumes the data for new creation. So therefore, the IP in this space has to be redefined and reclassified. So this is a challenge in the IP and the engineering context. And therefore, if we look at this development pathway, where does IT comes? How traditional information technology positions itself? We have talked about gaming, we have talked about creative engineering, we talked about design being integrated into engineering processes, which is a must. But there actually IT plays a central role. Traditional IT was infrastructure centric. But today's IT, if we have to really contribute to the creative space, which is actually the next horizon of a technology development, the creative technologies, IT has to look at building experiences. IT has to be adaptive to user context and integrates multiple dimensions simultaneously. It is technical and creative, functional and experiential, immediate and systemic. The creative computing has to become a practice that makes this integration possible. And therefore, creative computing economy requires this kind of new generation IT manpower. And therefore, convergence of art, design, and engineering, and not just simple computing principles, is a cue for the new age production system. So, which is not just information technology production systems, but production technology across the different domains. So therefore, critical technical capability, creative thinking. We talked about critical thinking, not just critical analysis and reasoning, but I think we need to encourage creative thinking. Our actual, the whole training process and the research, everything looks at the creativity as an essential component. Because today, without that intellectual property, none of the industry can grow. And therefore, the new age industry where creativity is making a huge impact, I think that should also get reflected in terms of the mental build of the future engineers. So systems thinking, so the convergence across disciplines for a new design. I think we have to create research groups and research areas where this convergence is critically being addressed. Now, one of the key aspects of the convergence is a global mobility, because the cultural context which actually the creative computing exploits differs from one society to another society, one society to another country. And actually, therefore, if we look in terms of reimagining future, it's very important to look into convergence of cultures, and convergence of cultures opens up the space and opens up the combinatorial possibilities. And therefore, it's very important to have the two cultures to come together and talk to each other. And therefore, the new age talent requires this kind of an exposure in terms of education. They should be, so that should be restructured and should be enabled for reimagining future. And therefore, creativity has to come as part of practice where the cultures intersect. And we have to talk in terms of not just IT systems, for engineering of physico-digital systems. So maker spaces and fabrications labs today should be an important component in terms of education and should have the ground creative computing in material reality. That is something important. It's not just software reality, but material reality. I think this is exactly what I'm talking about in the context that it's not just the thing which is soft, but it's also in the hard space of engineering. This convergence is very, very critical. So, innovation challenges, therefore, are at the intersection of technical capability and creative vision. So, this is from where the innovations will really emerge. And here, AI will play the role of the overarching enabler. So, AI actually, that advances of AI has created this unique opportunity. we have to, what we're talking about architecting experience, system architectures that make specific experiences possible. They understand that every technical decision is an experience decision and that experience quality cannot be added after system architecture has been fixed. So this changes the whole philosophy of design. And therefore, until unless we bring in design, explicitly design thinking in this way, we cannot really get into this new age creative economy. And generative systems design the engines that generates options to explore. That's exactly what is generative AI. And simulation through what if possibilities. So what I'm talking about is a convergence of different disciplines, convergence of AI, and using AI as a driver for new generation creativity and imagination. It's not that there's space over which to be searched, and the creativity comes through that searching, and human being can use AI and generative AI as tools to have more effective searching and not become subservient to AI, but actually a player of AI as user of AI. I think that's something is very important and critical for the future creative economy. So therefore, these tools, applying creative computing approaches to public systems, designing experiences that are accessible to people at large, overcoming cultural, physical, and linguistic barriers is a challenge for the country. And that kind of public, I'm talking about public services, not just as services, but public services coming via engineering platforms. And therefore, that engineering platforms have to be more reachable to human being, more human. Making it more human, the creative computing has a key role to play. And that can actually eliminate the barriers of various kinds, maybe caste, creed, language, region. These barriers have to actually go, and that has to be global. So talent exchange in this case becomes a driver of innovation because talents can travel across geographies. I'm not talking about just a country, it's country geographies, regional geographies. People mix together, and therefore the global viewpoints emerge. Because in a world which is really being affected by all kinds of tension, the global viewpoint of peace and creativity is a key which the engineering can drive the future of humankind. So cross-pollination of aesthetic traditions into novel technical products. This is exactly where I think this whole seminar is so very critically poised with both emerging economics coming together and talking in terms of creative technologies through talent exchange. I think this is something very, very important. And therefore, as things which INE can work with South Korean Academy of Sciences of methodologies and taking forward creating embedded team models such that people can work together on many of these questions and problems that I have hinted and the previous speaker has also talked about, and joint lab models. I think we should really encourage our science ministries to create joint lab models where there can be free mobility of the scientists between two countries. Because these two countries have got huge cultural tradition, huge tradition of creativity. And that creativity with modern technology, this whole combination can enrich all spaces of engineering. And that's exactly what I think these kind of cross-cultural dialogues should really point to. So therefore, exchange is something very, very important because technologies or engineers or workers who worked across two cultural contexts develops what we call a metacognitive capacity. Ability to see their own assumptions, to recognize when a problem is being framed culturally rather than technically, to reach for a different tradition when the local one is stuck. So therefore, I can define and design global products. This whole concept of being able to design global products is also a value system and not just engineering novelty. The novelty has to be culturally moderated so that it becomes accepted in a global market. And that's something is very, very important, and that exchange can enable. And AI tools, which can execute things across disciplinary boundaries with increasing fluency, produces an innovation multiplier that neither country's talent pool possesses on its own. So this capacity building with AI being the bridge between the two cultures can really create wonders. I think that's what is my submission to the Learn and Gathering here. Thank you. So this is the new age of IT is phygital. Creativity is essential to break new path for innovation, and AI-driven multidisciplinary convergence will be the driver of new technologies with aesthetics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your detailed presentations on the overall theme. And you actually have created a paradigm that we could really look into it. And at the end, you gave that exchange models, raised a lot of questions on IP and other things, but also how students will be benefiting, given a nice illustration of bridge, where engineering constraint, but at the same time, artistic views and aesthetics that we could bring in. So thank you for your detailed presentations. We really appreciate it from
Thank you.
IIT and NAEK. I also wanted to tell that from both the academies, at least 50 people that have joined on YouTube or otherwise, 50 in 53 number in INA and 50 in, at least 50 in NAEK. So that's a good numbers, and I'm sure the rest of the talks are also similarly illuminating. We'll have forward discussions. So with that, we will close this session and move on to the technical session one. Thank you. Thank you again. So now we move to the technical session one, which is again the two parts that we have divided. You have seen the whole gamut of topics, but we thought it'll be nice to focus on each one on its own. And as I chair these sessions, this is called Creative Computing, Convergence of Art, Design, and Engineering. So we'll continue the same thread. And two speakers, Professor P.J. Narayanan and Professor Jion Lee, they will come one after the other. We'll request like 15, 18 minutes to speak so that then there are panelists also. We could also hear from them their thoughts. So Professor P.J. Narayanan is distinguished computer scientist. His background is in vision, graphics. He's been professor of IIIT Hyderabad. He was director also before that, 2013 to 25. He built many labs. He's been a stalwart for the institute, but also for the field in visual information technology. A lot of papers in vision, visualized reality, GPU computing, parallel algorithms. He's been president of ACM India, and many more details that are in the booklet that you could see. So with that, he will give a talk on technology and the arts, tool, guardian, and rival. Over to PJ.
Thank you, Alok, and thank you for inviting me here. Can I share my screen now?
Please.
Oh my God, it's asking for some system preferences. So I want to take a view where art, there is so much happening now in AI, especially the modern technology, and I mean, this can connect with the with all kinds of art, all kinds of human endeavor, and art being one of the simplest, I mean, one of the most deepest ones. And how can this be? Okay, now it's coming, I hope. Is my screen visible now?
Yes,
Yeah.
If you can make full screen.
Okay, so I just want to see what are the role of technology, mostly the digital technology today in arts in general. So I see three ways technology can touch art. One is as a tool that helps artists remove their tedium, keeps artists in charge all the time. Second is a guardian of art of today and past, for preservation, for understanding, for transmitting it to new generation, etc. There is a lot of role for new technologies. But third is as a rival. I mean, when technology starts creating arts by itself, what happens? Are we happy with it? This is the question these questions I want to ask. The first two are relatively simple because we all know that. Case of technology as a tool, technology has helped us create art, whatever technology this is. I mean, better metallurgy created better sculptures, better tools created better sculptures or paintings, and so on. So this is where the use of technology to create better art is unchallenged. And for instance, in music and audio from 100 years, maybe multi-track recording, which can correct for things, which can make whatever the slight imperfections it can fix. And today, such systems are so sophisticated that, you know, if you do music recording, you do one instrument at a time and combine them. You can do even that. Similarly, in visual arts, the digital cameras and many technologies have helped the visual arts be presented better, be captured better. Of course, the VFX, visual effects, and computer games that were talked about are really very good examples. And here are some of the pictures. None of these is new to any of us. The films used to be analog films like this, but last few years everything is digital, which means you can have 1 million or thousands of screens showing the same movie without linearly increasing the cost of producing so many films. Okay, so these are easy techs and also special effects to either age people, increase their age, or de-age people. All these are technology we are routinely in use. Capturing 3D from bunch of cameras. We built the system 30 years ago in Carnegie Mellon. Today, this is the picture of one of the latest systems at Meta with 170 cameras and lots of other things to capture things in all details. So these are very good use of technology. Of course, digital movies have been around. These are very, very nice movies, fully digital movies. They give opportunity to show different things than regular movies. So as long as they are seen as different movies, they are very useful. Okay, and such use, that is, technology as a tool, needs to be promoted because this keeps human at the center as an author. It gives independent and lower budget artists access to do things, and anybody can sit in a room now, create nice music because with all these digital tools, with just a few $1,000 investment perhaps on a computer. It fills the time of artists to do what they like most, not the tedious things. And historically, the markets also expand for the different art forms. So this is a first case. In the second, technology as a guardian of art. Art exists, but will it go away? Humans perish, materials perish. Technology can preserve it for future generations in ways that was not possible. Our old ancient art that survives today are the big temples, big statues, because they're big and they don't get destroyed very often, very easily. But not all art is like that. So in music or audio, you have recordings maybe from about 100 years ago, and we always wonder how the masters of 200, 300, 500 years ago hear about, whether it is Tansen, whether it's Beethoven, how did their music sound? We have no way of knowing that directly, but that risk is not there for today's artists because there are easy and economic ways of capturing it. Similarly, for visual arts, both just to capture but also to understand the art better. A gigapixel camera can look at the intricate painting and understand, see what's happening in its layers. Okay, 3D recordings of live performances you can replay it to see how the artists move around. Every motion of the artist, every step can be analyzed well. This is a gigapixel camera. Here is the digital Michelangelo project that Stanford team started, then to Florence and digitized with very expensive equipment, then all these things. In India also we had a project, all of us were part of it. Shantanu was one of the leaders. It's the Indian Digital Heritage Project. Here one was just a snapshot of what we achieved. So this is an easy thing. I mean, we have a lot of monuments and temples and artifacts that can be captured in all kinds of details and made available for lots of students, lots of art historians, etc. Here is, the very old, artifacts the manuscripts, which are, as we can see, is in bad shape. And the digital technology, and if it's already degraded like this, very little you can do. But what you have today, we can capture and apply the modern technologies to make them, read them. This is one work by one of my colleagues here, as capturing, and searching for content. You can search these things almost like you can search regular documents. So these are another way of using technologies. So this kind of use of technology, which is again as a guardian, needs to be promoted because it's really extending what humans cannot do. I mean, the history or science cannot ensure something preserved, something lasts for thousands of years or hundreds of years, whereas we can do that. And such technology also provide democratic access. Anybody sitting anywhere in the world can walk through the Hampi temple or Michelangelo's sculptures or some cathedral or some or a tourist spot and feel the similar experience. Okay, and this of course promotes it preserves things even against things like war, climate change, and so on. Now, the third part, which is probably a little bit more, a little less understood and probably became a issue only in the recent years, okay? Until maybe 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, technology was just a passive tool that helps us create art or it helps us preserve things. But when technology starts generating art, what happens? The danger so far wasn't machines making art, but it is now the danger is it's machines making art that passes as something it is not. Art is supposed to be the expression of deep human experience. And when it reflects deep human experience, it becomes great art. It connects with people. It connects across generations. It connects across geographies. But does computer-generated art, whatever you call it, can do the same? If computer-generated art is generated in large numbers, and art is also valued because of its rarity, because of its access is limited. I mean, that limited access to some certain kind of art is good, or limited ability to produce certain kind of art makes each valuable because the artist or the creator spends all their energy, a lot of energy into it. If art gets created by a click of a button, won't it get devalued? Okay. For instance, text generation. Today's AI tools are so good at text generation. It can generate text better than any human in many senses. I mean, makes no mistakes, makes no errors, can connect across all kinds of documents in all kinds of languages. But when they start generating art, I mean, recently, these are the two cases recently where the Commonwealth Short Story Prize was given to this book, and then there was accusation that it is AI generated. There's another one a couple of years ago where the author herself said it's 55% of the book was generated verbatim using AI. I mean, all these happened, but what does it mean for AI with no human experience, with no understanding of the world that human beings have built over centuries or millennia? Without that experience, what is the value of the art created? So here is a famous case of Theatre d'Opera Spatial by Jason Allen. This won some prize in art competition, local art competition, all that. This again generated some, I mean, it happened in 2022. So this was probably one of the first cases of this reaching such visibility. So it again, are we okay with such thing? Are we happy? And there are other dangers in the visual art. There are many apprentices who learn art through this method, who earn a living until they become very good artists themselves. They need to survive, and this is like programmers losing their job through AI. Many artisans, many apprentices also can lose their jobs if AI can do their work with low cost. Okay, and in music or in literature, you can just generate. With a click of a button, with huge amount of GPU power, you can generate hundreds, thousands of paintings a second, or thousands of music pieces a second, or large number of fiction or novels a second. And that's what happens to us. What happens to our sensibilities? Okay, people will have less patience, and maybe their people's interests and tastes will change, adapt to this kind of art, and they will become, I mean, in some words, they'll become less human. They'll become, their experiences will change. What will happen is we don't know how this will play out in 50 years, in 100 years. Okay, so but it's happening now, and without caution, this will happen again and again. In performing arts, of course, the liveness of being there is the huge is the thing, right? And that if being there is removed, you are in trouble. Okay, and there was his AI actress called Tilly Norwood. I mean, they created his actress and created a Instagram page for her, and they started some production houses started, talent agencies started courting her to come to cast her in some movies, etc. And then Actors Union got involved. I mean, Actors Union, the statement that this actor has no life experience to draw from, no emotions. You can make it emote or make her emote in any way you want by controlling the parameters, maybe. But what are we doing there? This is the core question. When we are humans, art is probably at the most core center of what is being human. And if that is getting challenged, it is far more serious than our coding abilities getting challenged, in my view. And audiences today see the difference in the sense there have been many studies done where you show art and say this is label some as computer generated, some as human generated, and people prefer the human generated ones, even when they have no way of independently saying this is human generated. Okay, and but still the label that it is AI generated has some pushback on it already. And here is a ruling from one of the, Supreme Court ruling from the US. This is a very recent case. Human authorship is the bedrock requirement of copyright. This about copyright only. Art is, if without copyright, is it okay? That's basically the point is human authorship, that humanity or human experience being reflected in this artifact that they're creating, whether it's a book or a poetry or a painting or a sculpture or a dance. Without that touch, we are creating some hollow experiences meant for the Frankensteins, not for the humans. This is the worry. Okay. So if trends continue like this, in visual arts, you would have the middle rung hollowed out, styles will endlessly recombine. Nothing new gets created. There is no originality in this AI tools' minds. Whatever was done by previous artists, previous writers, previous dancers may be recombined in different ways, and maybe creative ways too, but there is nothing new being created in either in visual arts or in music or in performances. Okay, and this is not, will it happen for sure? Are we there in a path we cannot retreat from? I hope we are not. A survey found that a third of practicing artists are actively critical of AI art. So courts are also held that human authorship is important. So there is a recognition, there is a realization that this should not be allowed to go free without human supervision. So what can we do? Some of the easy things to do is at least disclose that something is machine made, say this is machine made, not say this is art or that I made. That way at least people have the right expectations, whether they like it or not, whether that labeling affects their judgment, so be it. Okay. Label protection, of course, we need these generations of artists or different kind of artists to be created in the future. And this is same as the same issue comes in programming. When programs can be written by big AI tools, but the programs written by AI tools need to be verified by experienced programmers. Now, experienced programmers are created, they cannot be just created one day. They are created by years of working as apprentices. Those apprenticeship is gone away. If all code is written by AI, what will happen to this? The same issue comes here in artists' case. Similarly, audience will start preferring certain kind of things, and how will they know human effort is involved or not? So what is it that we can do? What is the closing statement? I just presented a few statements. We certainly cannot reject the tools of technology in arts. We cannot say arts will stay away from all tools. Don't use AI, don't use computers, don't use something. That's practically impossible. But First, a start is to insist on honesty about who and what made the work. Okay, that's the starting. And if that helps us or that affects art, we should be able to take subsequent steps also. Okay, so let's be honest. That's the only one message that I can give now. In closing, technology has made art possible for more of us in some ways, but the caution is very real today. It should never make art that pass for something it is not art. I mean, it should not be a cheap art made by technology that does not embody or does not involve deep human experiences, because that's what preserved humanity. Art is very critical component that preserved humanity over the years. So I would stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity again.
Thank you very much. Any quick question, comment?
Yeah, I'll welcome comments, because these are not things that I do work on. I've been concerned with this. I've been reading quite a bit since I got this opportunity. And I think we need to together decide where these things go.
About very interesting presentations, because the way you presented the same thing, how it can serve as a tool, how it can protect and be guardian, and at the same time it can become rival and produce lower quality things that we should not be accepting, and that's where the challenge lies, how it will evolve. Towards the end, you also talked about apprenticeship and engineers skills growing up, but if you are not practicing, then your skills go down, and same is true for the artists, right? So thank you again for a nice view.
Thank you.
With that, we will move to this session's second speaker, Dr. Ji-Yoon Lee. She is professor in Graduate School of Culture Technology in KAIST, received her PhD in School of Architecture, Computational Design at Carnegie Mellon University. And, she was in Taiwan and then joined KAIST. And interdisciplinary areas such as UX and service design, physical and virtual proximity in cities and homes, those are things that she specializes. She is director of Information-Based Design Lab at KAIST, and recently got elected as a member of the National Academy of Engineering of Korea, and also editor-in-chief of the Korea Institute of Design Research Society. Our topic is equally intriguing, from perspective to latent space, order, randomness, and the vanishing author. So I think we will eagerly wait to see the concepts and the thought process that she has. So over to you, Ji-Yoon Bakshaning.
Thank you. Can you hear? Okay. Thank you very much to introduce me. And good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me. The title of my talk today is From Perspective to Latent Space. I want to compress about 600 years into 15 minutes, from a Florentine architect standing in front of a cathedral with a mirror, to an AI that paints in real time, responding to where you stand in the room. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ji-Hyun Lee, and from the Graduate School of Culture Technology at KAIST. My own background was in computational design. In the School of Architecture, I've taught the human-computer interaction course quite a long time. And I've read the National Research Foundation of Korea, Division of Arts, Culture, and Convergence. It explains my argument. I have spent my career in the space between the three fields. They don't naturally speak to each other. And that space is in the gap. It's a discipline. Let me start with the biggest question of all. In 1950, Turing asked a simple question: can machine think? Now we have a harder version of that question. What would it mean for a machine to create? The difficulty here is that creation doesn't mean the same thing in the three fields. Ask artists, ask designers and engineers, and you will get three different answers. There are three actually different theories on what makes a good outcome because each field contributes something that other structurally cannot. I will elaborate on that in the next page. Art gives us a vision, new way of seeing. It establishes the core and challenges our assumptions about what is even possible. Art is the one permitted to be useless, and the permission is exactly what lets it move first. Design gives us empathy, new way of living. It's goal-oriented with a clear definition of what is being made and for whom. Design takes a loose idea and maps it onto real human behavior. It's the layer where the vision becomes inhabitable. Engineering gives us execution, new way of building, using algorithmic logic, programming, dynamic database, hardware. Engineering transforms concepts into systems. So, without art, technically excellent work with nothing to say. Without design, a brilliant idea, nobody can enter. Without engineering, a beautiful proposal that never gets built. Here I roughly divide a brief history of creative computing into 4 parts and explain each part one by one in the next page. I'd argue that computational arts began in Florence in the 1420s. Look at what Brunelleschi actually did. He stood before the cathedral with a painted panel and a mirror. He drilled a hole through the panel and looked through it. He was testing whether a geometric procedure could reproduce perception. That's an algorithm executed by hand, verified empirically. So the result is on the right. Follow the line and they meet exactly at the viewer's eye level. 450 years later, Seurat decomposed light into discrete points and let the eye resemble them, a rendering algorithm without hardware. Along the perspective, the second thread is mathematical order as a source of beauty. The divine proportion, golden ratio, Fibonacci. So in the 20th centuries, that thread opens into fractal art, the Koch curve and Sierpinski triangle, etc. So structures where a simple rule applied recursively and produces astonishing richness. Hold on that. Complexity does not require a complex instruction. So once you see that, you start to see rules everywhere. Riley's motion in square squeezes a grid step by step until a flat space bends. And so Lowitz took it to the logical conclusion. His word drawing are the instruction. I will read it. Place 50 points at random, evenly distributed, and connect them with the straight line. So the certificate is the artwork. Someone else executed it. So Lowitz was writing source code on paper in 1969. Then the counter movement arrives, the randomness. The Duchamp's work was widely recognized as a revolutionary work of art, and Pollack's action painting are not the absence of control. It is a deliberated release of control at the chosen moment. He decides the gesture, the thickness, the height. He did not decide where each drop lands. That is exactly the structure of generative art. Variables, randomness inside algorithm, order, controlled chaos. Pauline noise is a clean case. Randomness with texture that looks like mountain instead of static. George Steiny, now at MIT, created shape grammars in the 1970s. A vocabulary of shape, spatial relations, and transformation rules. Combine them, and you get the language of designs. Jose Duarte's work shows what that means in practice. A generative design system producing housing layouts that are all different, but same style from one architect, Alvaro Siza. The convergence of order and randomness in design domain makes the strong power of generative design systems. Then the machine arrives, and two things comes at once. First, art itself become computational. Vera Molnar drew by rules, by hand, for years. Then she got a computer. She already knew how. 50 years later, Casey Rees runs broadcast signal through code into something between image and system. This shift is fundamental. The image stop being a picture and become a system, driven by computable execution. Second, and this is most of people actually experienced it, the personal computer and multimedia. The first modern GUI at Xerox PARC in 1973, actually this picture is very famous, moves us from a command line to direct manipulation, from describing an operation to performing it. So it was the beginning of the HCI era, and it opens creative work to people who could not make code. Desktop publishing put the print shop on a desk. Then interactive authoring. HyperCard let non-programmers build interactive documents, and Macromedia director Lingo scripts behavior. And Flash. For around 10 years, one person with an idea could reach the world. No broadcaster needed. Flash died for some technical reasons. And in design, computer-aided design moved architecture from drawing objects to describing them. Then now, new kind of media. CGI merged with a live action. Computer music and VJing performed in real time, and interactive storytelling start to look like cinema. Detroit Become Human is worth naming because it is still honest about being a decision tree. That is why I put this one in here in part 3. It is where my last section begins. In the built environment, BEAM and parametric model combined data and logic. Every object inside the BEAM environment is already parametric. BEAM carries its own rules and relationships. Zaha Hadid's work and Jean Nouvel's work both build things you cannot draw. The geometry is parametric description before it is concrete. You cannot draw it, but you can only define it. And then a bigger shift. Who is allowed to make things? The UCC era and the prosumer revolution. Tools become good enough and cheap enough that independent creator could produce a professional, grade work. And YouTuber become a profession. The creator economy, yes, but really the audience becomes the producer, which is the precondition for everything I'm about to describe. We are moving from interactive media to responsive media, and these are not synonyms. A traditional interactive system is deterministic. It is a finite number of branches. However large the tree, you are navigating a space the author fully specified in advance. But AI-driven media is emergent. It produces behavior nobody enumerated. and it opens a feedback loop between human and machine. So not discrete choices, but constant adjustment. So you can see the Sony bouncing ball film. Actually, this is one of the craziest film nowadays because they really threw the ball, I mean the physical ball. So physical balls released down the street where nobody can specify the outcome, only the conditions. So now you can see, I heard that later, some cars are hurt because of this ball. But anyway, but it was really beautiful, and but you cannot control the outcome of the, maybe nowadays, maybe they will use some, like a nice CG things, right? And in shape, when shape overlaps, a new shape appears, like a ghost. And we call this shape immersion. And this is still one of the hardest problems in design. So what makes this possible is the generative latent space. Real-time, like a neural rendering, stream diffusion, real-time GANs allows the media to navigate a multi-dimensional latent space in response to user behaviors, not selecting from stored asset. Moving through a continuous space of possible image. Then, so this is that decentralized authorship. The modern artist no longer makes the artwork. They design the system, the constraint, the latent potential. The AI and the author, the audience co-author it, so in real time. So, how we can say who made it? The next is multimodal sensory translation. So motion becomes sound, breath becomes light, proximity becomes density, etc. So this turns the human body and the physical environment into live expressive instrument. And the barrier between user and the interface dissolves. Then, what becomes visible? Let me end with 3 open questions. First, how much should we explain? Now, deep learning models are opaque, but is transparency the answer, especially in art domain? Kill the wonder, and you will see a diagram. Kill the clarity, and you will see the slot machine. The second one, what exactly are we judging? If the artist designs a space of possible work, what you see is only one of them, then the space itself can never be shown. This is Saul Lewis certificate again. Third, how long does it survive? A responsive work depends on specific model, weights, and hardware. Can a model be conserved? And what remains when it stops running? So now we are repeating Flash with no file format and no 3 years warranty. I began with Brunelleschi holding up a mirror. He had the vanishing point, a single position that organized everything. And it's his position. In a latent space, that point is gone. The author hasn't disappeared yet, but moves from making the image to designing the conditions. I think that's what creative computing for making the image to design the condition. So I will give you 2 examples. The audience is not overlapping too much because of the time. I think I still have time, but okay, let's learn like a one by one. But this one starts from, not from the beginning.
That mirror, as he calls it, is large nature model coral. which uses an AI algorithm to draw on over 100 million photographs of coral to hallucinate, you heard that right, a series of new, totally original coral images. As his work creates new digital coral, he hopes to draw attention
Because
to the
I
coral
rehearsed in the
die-off
middle and then
worldwide.
It will be a painful process, most likely, for the humanity in general when we are all transparently in front of the mirror with AI.
If that idea that artificial intelligence can be a living mirror sounds kind of out there, well then welcome to the world of Rafiq Anadol, where big ideas lurk beneath bigger-than-life art installations. His work, Unsupervised Machine Hallucinations, was the first generative
So
art
he wants
ever
to
acquired
generate
by the
something
Museum of Modern
that
Art
never
in New York.
exists in the real
We
world.
trained AI on 138,000 older artworks at Museum of Modern Art's archive and let AI never ever replicate existing artwork in the archive, but find a way, a new vocabulary, a new language, a new type of art. And to do that even, we worked like 2 years to let AI not to show us real things, but hallucinate and dream. So it's possible to use AI to literally create these dream machines, which is the opposite of what they are designed for. With pigment.
Anadol's mother, who's from Turkey, says she was shocked, literally, by an exposed wire during one of his early experiments with technology.
Çocukluğundan beri.
She explains Rafiq would dismantle things and then try to put them back together, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. When Anadol arrived in LA from Istanbul in 2012 as a student at UCLA, he expected the Los Angeles skyline to be something out of the film Blade Runner.
I arrived so late, 2 a.m.
No, it's okay. Okay, okay. So, yeah, okay. Oh, sorry.
And this mirror,
이,
and this mirror has a
이 왼쪽 스탑, 예. 예. 지금 하고 있어요. The right one is actually also one of our colleagues' work. If somebody can jump, but it's better, but I cannot. I think I still have time, right? I hope that I still have around like 2-3 minutes, so we can see the. Yeah. So I mean, when you see this one, that the author is vanished, right? It's a vanishing author. So nobody made what you just saw, but everybody did, right? Yeah. So I hope you enjoy this video, and then maybe let me finish this one. Thank you very much, but enjoy the video until the end. 계속 놔두셔. 예.
시원한 가을밤낮 숲속에서 벌어지는 새로운 영화와 같은, 새로운 연극과 같은, 새로운 오페라와 같은, 새로운 오케스트라와 같은 그런 교향곡 한 편을 잘 감상하시고 가시면 좋겠습니다. 자연의 소리와 인간의 소리와 기계의 소리가 어우러지는 잊지 못할 환상적인 경험에 초대드립니다.
I think that's enough. If you are interested in, you can go and then check. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. And I think you again brought very interesting views from art, design, engineering, seeing, living, building. And in the process, you also highlighted many contradictory thoughts like, your order versus randomness, your centralized authorships versus decentralized, how interactive it's moving to responsive. So thank you again for creating a lot of videos and wonderful presentations. So with that, we will move into the panel discussion segments. And we have 4 distinguished panelists. We will go around and have a few minutes for each one. If you have slides, you can use them. If you do not have, that's fine. You can speak for a couple of minutes to what you are doing and how things are unfolding. So first, Dr. Sriram Rajamani is Corporate Vice President, Microsoft Core AI, working in large language model integrations and programming languages, distributed systems. And he has a PhD from computer science in University of California, Berkeley, MS from Virginia, B from College of Engineering, Guindy in Chennai, and obviously a lot of contributions in papers and patents. So Dr. Sriram, if you can take a few minutes to introduce your concept. Yeah, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me now, and can you see my screen as well?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you for inviting me here. This is a very interesting panel about how creative disciplines such as arts and engineering are coming together. And I've been very fortunate to work on programming and creation of software and hardware over many decades. And I've always found this creation as a very synergistic activity, which has both artistic and engineering aspects. And one of the things I wanted to share here, is how much AI has changed the different phases of software engineering and programming. The left side picture, is a picture of the software development life cycle, and you can sort of see, like before the agentic era, a large portion of software creation was in implementation and coding, which is a dominant engineering activity, right? As a result, thinking about design, thinking about requirements, engaging with users used to be a relatively small portion of what software people do. Now, what has happened is that implementation and coding is largely done by agents. As a result, the human work has moved to requirements, understanding what the users want, architecture and design, thinking about what the software we create even does, what it is intended to do, and does it serve the needs of the users, right? So those have become a lot more dominant. I want to share one experience that we had to illustrate this, where together with an NGO, which consisted of mainly lawyers, we helped them build an application for housing for migrant workers, right? Like, for example, when migrant workers move to cities, they don't really know anybody there. So how do they look for housing? So we built this app that you can sort of see, which actually helps the migrant workers, in WhatsApp.
हमें बताइए किस तरह का ठहराव, कमरा, सोने की जगह, पूरी संपत्ति, शहर का मासिक किराया, बजट।
मैं बंबई में कमरा ढूंढ रहा हूँ, 20,000 रुपए तक का चाहिए।
So the interesting thing about this app is that it is not that actually anybody can build this WhatsApp app, right? But this app was not built by programmers. We created an interface where lawyers just interacted with the system in natural language and talked about what the different sets of the app are. And the app was just created by an agent, and non-programmers could create this application. So I want to conclude by saying software has always been a collaboration between design and engineering. And in the past, we were thinking about designers as creating wireframes, interaction designs, which are the more artistic aspects of software. And then programmers engineer and implement the designs using manual programming. And with AI agents, this equation has changed dramatically. And designers and artists can convert their design ideas to working code themselves without needing to hire engineers. And this also gives the opportunity for engineers to become more creative and think about what the product does, how it works with the users, since the AI agents automate a lot of the implementation work. So that's the summary of what I wanted to say. I'll stop sharing, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay. She is distinguished Indian computer scientist, have been director for ISI Calcutta and professors serving there. BSc from Presidency College, BTech, IIT Kharagpur, Calcutta University, and MTech from IIT Kharagpur, PhD in ISI. Fellow of very many academic institutes, INAE, INSA, IAC, NASI, IEEE, and many others. So with that, Professor Sanghamitra, if you can introduce your initial thought process.
Right, I'm audible, I hope.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is the 9th INAE NAEK workshop. And I'm privileged to also listen to our colleagues from Korea, from South Korea, as well as from India. And Dr. Rajamani, he hit the nail on the head when he showed a real life example of where the agents have replaced a lot of software engineers. So that is where I will, try to delve deeper into. I have been working in the area of AI for a long time now, and of course, only for this workshop that I looked up about art. I'm miles away from art, though, I must admit. But anyhow, art we all appreciate, whether we are artists or not. That's a separate issue, but we all appreciate art. And Professor P.J. Narayan, he said one important thing that art is valued because of its rarity. And now what is happening is AI has democratized a lot of things, including programming and also the work of art. So it is now relatively simpler to create nice works of art, nice movies, nice videos, nice music by using artificial intelligence tools. And one has to do it, but art has always been about expression of the human emotion, about expression of human experiences, of creativity. We know that there have been industrial revolutions, several industrial revolutions have happened in the history of humanity, and each has made a human being's life simpler, easier, doing all the hard work, using the machines to do all the hard work. But AI, for the first time, has gone into the domain of the creativity of human beings, something that was considered to be typically a human endeavor. Now AI is doing that. So where do we stand now? There's a lot of worry that AI already is replacing a lot of programmers, basic expertise, work of, medium level and low level expertise can be very easily done with AI-based computing systems. So where do we stand? The thing is, I think value of artistic work done by human beings, that value is going to go up with more and more AI doing a lot of it. Something that has the human touch, that will become much more valuable now. It is my hope and my belief that human being creating something, it will increase in value, because AI is able to do a lot of things. Something that is human created will become more and more valuable. The other thing, which is where engineering and AI is converging in a big way. You see, when a building is getting built, there are engineers who will look at the utility of the building, of what can be done, what cannot be done, physically what can be achieved. and the artist's imagination will also take off. And once this artist's imagination converges with the engineering capabilities of engineers, uh, iconic things get created. That is what is valued over generations. Uh, AI in a big way has been used in India also for digital preservation as well as digital reconstruction of manuscripts, of uh, temples, like the architectural features of temples, etc. So this convergence of artificial intelligence and uh, um, e- artificial intelligence engineering and works of art, that is actually now taking everything to a different level. I would like to conclude with some examples of where the cultural sensitivities have been, incorporated, and their art met engineering in a big way. Two examples. One is, for breast cancer detection. There is a company we know in India started by an Indian lady, and for breast cancer detection, the ladies, they find it very difficult, to get the mammogram done. So this company has now, used AI methods, used higher level imaging techniques, thermal imaging, to detect cancer with a great deal of accuracy. Another, where the cultural sensitivities have come into the picture, is in many communities in India, particularly in tribal communities. When a child is born, the child, nobody is allowed to touch the child. So then, how do you take the body weight? That was an interesting and important question, and AI techniques have been used where you take images of the child from various angles, and then you make an estimation of the weight, of the birth weight of the child. So, in a very beautiful way, AI, engineering principles, as well as art, they have come together to solve culturally sensitive issues also, as well as a lot of digital preservation. So, with that, I will stop. Once the discussion starts, I'll make more points if time
Sure.
allows.
No, thank you very much for your introduction of the theme. So now we have Dr. Jinu Lee, who is Assistant Professor of Graduate School of Culture Technology of KAIST, where he focuses on developing machines that bridge the physical and digital worlds to enrich musical creativity. We have listened a lot about engineering dimensions, so here it comes as music technology, physics-based computer simulation, acoustic transducer design. He's received PhD in intelligence and information from Seoul National University and BSc from Pohang University. So your kind introduction of the theme, Ijonu Loksanen.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this workshop. It's a great honor to be a part of this panel discussion. Yeah, as introduced before, I finished my PhD from Seoul National University, and then I moved to MIT for my postdoc training, and I worked there until last month, and then flew here last week into South Korea to start my new position at KAIST. And yeah, I'm really excited to start my new career there. So what I wanted to share today was on my works that I had been doing at MIT. And first of all, I'm an engineer, and I'm a musician. I play music, and I make musical instruments. And my main research theme is on the physics-based sound simulation, which is to develop the softwares that mimic the acoustics of the real world, so that people can, emulate the sounds or objects on the computers to actually hear how they would sound like if they actually existed in the real world. So I usually emulate musical instruments, of course, and also vocal folds, like we produce the speech, and also sounding objects like loudspeakers, etc. So you can consider my research topic as developing a virtual instrument with physical phenomena. And I aim to recreate instruments on the computer for playing music and also making music, and also for crafting the musical instruments, so that the instrument makers can leverage these softwares for their designing as a computer-aided design tools. And this can be also viewed as a personalized cultural experience focusing on the music and audio. And actually, the research project that I had been doing at MIT can really explain perfectly on what I'm doing. So let me move on to that topic. So that project was in collaboration with the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, where they have a huge collection of musical instruments there. They have like 300 number of musical instruments are housed in the Museum of Fine Arts. And the musical instruments are the things that are meant to be played to create sound. But in most museums, the visitors cannot hear the sound, or even they're definitely prohibited to touch the original, the cultural heritages for the conservation purposes. So in that situation, we wanted to provide a technical solution that enables museum visitors to actually play those instruments and have the same, user experience of playing the musical instruments and the cultural heritages, and hear the sounds on their own ears. So to do that, we digitized those musical instruments, and then we emulated those on the computers so that people can hear the sound computed by the computers, and then hear the sound that accords to their own playing. And then also we replicated the originals so that visitors, so that means we actually crafted the replicas that has the same geometry, but of course different material properties, but still have the similar sounding results, so that they can actually experience the playing of those musical instruments. More specifically, we did CT scanning, the computer tomography scanning, to obtain the physical properties like geometries and material densities. And then we used computer simulation that we developed using an in-house code. So we did a physics-based computer simulation to hear the sound. And then we crafted replica using 3D printer and sleep casting, and also other material processing techniques. So up to now, we did simulate 50 to 70 number of musical instruments out of their hundreds of musical instruments housed in the Museum of Fine Arts. And as future works, we aim to scale up the pipeline to cover more diverse musical instruments. And we are thinking with even more fun applications, like developing sound simulator for instrument makers so that they can preview or pre-hear the sound of the instruments they are making before actually moving on to the crafting process. And also we are thinking about education tools, developing education tools for students, as musical instruments are perfect tools to realize physical phenomena. And students can, design and fabricate their own musical instruments and learn the associated physical phenomena by using their own musical instruments. So yeah, that's the brief overview about what I have been doing. And also, I'm planning to develop this project as a collaboration between KAIST, MIT, and the Museum of Fine Arts. And let me finish by mentioning that our project is to say recreating the human art creation process itself, so that it can be more, it can be leveraged better for the human creative process with the physics groundedness. And I look forward to initiating new projects, such as recreating Indian or Korean traditional musical instruments. Thank you.
And our fourth distinguished panelist is Dr. Joo-Suk Kim. He's professor, Department of Art and Technology in Sogang University. He's a creative technologist, research educator exploring this intersection space of art and technology and previously has worked at Rhythm and Hughes Studios in Los Angeles as part of the software team, where he contributed to the production of nearly a dozen major Hollywood films. So practitioners in that sense, including the movie Life of Pi, which won the Oscar for Best Visual Effects. He holds a PhD in Maryland and MS and BS from Yonsei University in Seoul. And with that, I would request you, Kim Jisoo Baksanim, to introduce your concepts and themes.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. And it's a great honor to be here. Especially I'm reading a group which name includes Creative Computing. So my lab's name is Creative Computing Group. So it's very, I'm very excited to see this workshop happening because the creative computing, that phrase itself is not very popular in South Korea and it's for the past 15 years. So I joined the Department of Art and Technology at Sejong University, which is in Seoul, as the first faculty member. So for the past 15 years, I've been involved in many art and technology projects, including media performance, performing arts, media installation, etc. And so my first job was at the movie studio, and I saw many artists, engineers working together, every day, meeting every day, discussing about the problem of making a new film. And artists always asked new things, pushed for new things, and engineers had to kind of find ways to find the solutions to that questions. It was quite exciting, the environment, and also very challenging. And as a part of software team, I had to talk with artists every day to find solutions to their questions, problems. And it was not kind of one-way process. They ask something new always, and if the software team makes something new, then they got inspired by that new tools and systems, and they ask new things. So it's an ongoing two-way process. And I saw that that collaboration kind of advanced the technologies and also the cultural products, the film. So after seeing that, I joined the academia, and I kind of got interested in the art, technology, and also the society. So the intersection between the art, technology, and also society, that was the area where I've been interested in. So let me briefly mention 3 projects that I've been involved for the past 5 years. So the first project that I would like to mention is the testimony archiving project. It was human rights victims, and they are kind of aging, and so after they died, we needed to have some new ways to kind of preserve their testimonies so that the next generations can still experience the testimony of the human rights victims. So we used AI, and we used the high quality video, the recording technologies to make as realistic as possible the recording and the interactive testimony. It's still an ongoing project, but after exhibiting that interactive testimony system, we got really good the positive feedbacks, and I think that's one of the examples that we can see as a successful example of art and technology. And the other project that I want to mention is the project with the global cosmetic company. So that project was about making big media public installations using the recycled bottles, cosmetic bottles. So we collected bottles that people used, the cosmetic bottles, and then we reused, recycled to make something beautiful. and that was exhibited in public space in the in the city of Seoul, and kind of raised the issues about the environments, the climate change, and the plastic usage, etc. The last project that I'd like to mention is the museum project that I've been involved for the past 3 years with the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Korea. So they wanted to kind of reimagine the next museum with the technologies of AI, XR, etc. So we used all kinds of new technologies, including generative AI and the spatial computing, etc., to make to redesign the museum experience. And I think I'll stop here, and if I have a chance, I'll share that more later. Okay, thank you.
Four distinguished panelists, and they expressed their views as an opening remarks. We have about 15 minutes or so. We would continue with few questions. Maybe we can be brief in answering, so that way. And I would target, because people are in different places, so it's difficult to see who is raising hands. So first question I'll ask Sriram, and then followed by Jinu Lee. We often treat art and engineering as two different disciplines, right? So do you think that distinction is still meaningful? I think a lot of answers have come, but let's just crisply capture how distinct are they in the age of AI, emerging tech, gen systems, computational creativity? Where is it marching?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, I think, they are merging. They are merging because, see, we have always thought about artists as people who have imagination, but AI gives them the way to convert their imagination into working things, be it software or 3D printing or so on. They can create, definitely. And in some sense, right, the real value of engineers becomes human judgment and creativity, because the routine work is getting automated, right? So this absolutely doesn't make sense to separate those anymore. So that's a crisp answer I would give. Yeah.
Thank you. Jinu Lee, do you have any view on that?
Yeah, basically, I definitely agree with Dr. Sriram's opinion. I think the value of validating the AI outputs or any other computer creativity outputs by humans are becoming more and more important. And also, I wanted to emphasize that from my perspective of the research area, we are doing the physics-based simulation, which is actually mimicking, optimizing for the physical plausibility, so that artists can use the computer for their creations. And so it is actually possible to do, data-wise extrapolatory task. So it's a bit different from the AI perspective. So these kind of computer simulations are share some different perspective, but even in this case, I think verifying the plausibility itself is what humans can do, especially on the perspective of the engineers. That can be different from the perspective of art, which those artifacts or hallucinations can be considered as the artistic value itself, but from the engineering perspective, it's a bit different. So I think there still is a distinction, but it depends on the context.
For easy reference, I'm going by first name. So please, Jusuf. So, I think we have got that there is, engineering which is optimizing for correctness, efficiency, scale. That's the nature of engineering. And art often explores, all these ambiguity. We have seen infinite possibilities that are there, and any expression is just one expression. So ambiguity, emotion, alternative possibilities. So can these apparently conflicting values coexist? Because at the end, when you do a design, there has to be one design process. Somebody's building a bridge, At the end, the bridge has to be built, and there has to be art part, there has to be engineering part. What's the new hypothesis of one design process, if you can suggest some?
Yeah, I often describe the relations between the art and engineering as like artists ask questions while the engineers find ways to answer the question. So I think the distinction between the roles of the artist and the roles of the engineers still meaningful and also productive because their roles are different, and especially in the age of AI, in the age of generative AI, the finding answers is it's relatively becoming a cheaper process, and AI is getting better at finding the answers better every day. So relatively, the ability to ask meaningful questions is becoming a scarce ability, I think. So I think we should focus more on the asking meaningful questions in education system especially.
Yes, I absolutely agree that asking the meaningful question is what still remains and should remain in future also in the human's purview, because AI is helping a lot in giving possibilities. Now, among those possibilities, what to accept and what not to accept, and taking the responsibility of that, it cannot be delegated to any algorithm. It has to remain in the human has to be the curator and the critical thinker. Also, engineering and art. These are two distinct forms with some convergence, but hopefully they will not converge entirely. As I said earlier, that when an artist's imagination is brought to life by an engineer, iconic things emerge, and that is what will truly last. As long as the AI's capabilities are enhancing, not replacing the human experience, uh, it is fine. Actually, what I'm really worried about for the future is this threat of AI of replacing a lot of human capabilities, leading to a loss of human dignity. That is where guardrails will also have to be built of preserving the human dignity in whatever innovations we bring in. So that is my point.
Great. I think asking questions, and that's opening the space. I think diverging thoughts comes from these arts and questions, and then engineers would help to converge and then shape up with the answer. Great. So let's ask we have been talking for quite some time between India and Korea and two different academies. So what opportunities and the future, the way it is unfolding? Sangamitra, I'll go this time first with you maybe. So India and Korea have very different cultural and industrial educational ecosystems, and yet both have strong engineering technology capabilities. What could each country learn from each other in building this space, creative computing? How should we do exchange? Could you bring your thoughts?
Yes. So for South Korea, their capabilities are very high. Indian capabilities are also high. Absolutely agree to that. What India needs is, because of its sheer population, it needs frugal innovation. That is very important for India. High quality products reaching a lot of people, but at a lower cost. That is what is the urgent requirement for India. And that is where I think a lot of innovation will come in of how to make it low cost but high quality, and also scale at a very high scale. So that experience, South Korea can learn from India, because the population of India, the sheer magnitude of that is something. Our experiences will be very unique and very different. And from South Korea, we can learn, the highest quality. I mean, we know of the products that we use from Korea. Those are very highly sought after. So the processes, the mindsets, these are some things that we can imbibe from our partner country. Thank you.
So the high quality part, the processes that we imbibe, and the scale and affordability dimensions. Great. So I would ask Gino, I mean, you have been talking about the project, the museum project, and with MIT and Korea, you are starting. Suppose you have to include some of these Indian museums, and you also mentioned that India has a lot of musical instruments, right? So with that dimensions, can you share some thoughts that we could possibly take it forward?
Yes,
Yes,
sure.
sure.
Thank you for the great question. So and also I wanted to add to Professor Bandyopadhyay's answer in that India has a great strength in diversity and scale, and I totally agree with that. And in my perspective, India has a lot of musical instruments, very diverse, and for that diversity, I think preservation of those cultural heritages is very essential because, leaving the records that has, not just the record, but the digital copy of it, the digital twin of it, is would be very valuable asset for Indian culture as well. And also, there are a lot of shared mechanisms between the musical instruments. For example, the bowed musical instruments like sarangi is very similar with violins in the Western musical instruments. And also brass instruments like, sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but shenai musical instrument is very similar with taepyeongso in Korean traditional musical instruments. And also like flutes like daegum and bansuri. So there are a lot of shared mechanisms, and I think there will be a great synergy if, if the same pipeline can be applied or even could be improved by, leveraging the large-scale musical instrument assets of India with a great tradition.
Excellent. So I'll just give a little twist, the same question, same thought process, but Jusuf, I will ask you, that Korea has a strong tradition of this combining technology with design, media, popular culture. K-pop is so popular, and you also illustrated through your presentations very much how it's kind of you're combining the creative computing lab that has been there for so long. India, I think we talked about frugality and the scale, but also I think our society, a lot of complex real world problems that we need to solve, an enormous amount of diversity. So I think if we add these dimensions also along with the previous two dimensions, could this combination create some distinctive model of how human-centered innovation that we could do? Jusuf?
Yes, that's a very good question. Actually, a couple of years ago, I have traveled to North India, including Delhi, Taj Mahal, Varanasi, etc. I was deeply impressed by the diversity of the culture, and also, particularly, I remember the learning a particular kind of yoga. It was like a lapping yoga. You keep constant lapping in the morning. It was really, really interesting. And India is very popular for the wellness. The yoga, meditation, and the wellness industry is growing every year. And Korean society usually is very kind of notorious about the stressful environment. Many people get stressed because there are so much competitions every day. So I think there may be some area between in that wellness and the IT, because Korea is very good at the bringing the designing the new compelling experience, and if we somehow find a model that combines this wellness of India and deep cultural knowledge about the well-being, human well-being, and also the Korea's IT and the experience of making good design for the human and society. I think there may be some model in that area we can develop in the future.
Yes, please.
Just one quick point, because already a lot of Korean drama, Korean pop is widely seen by the Indian youth, and not only youth, by everybody. So that is, I just wanted to point that out, as well as the online games. We can have a technically brilliant game, which people don't accept because it's not beautiful, it's not enjoyable. So that's where art and engineering and AI all come together.
No, the K-pop is so popular in India. The youth is just dressing like anything. Also, you
So
talked about
in fact, actually,
and so we see the beauty and the cosmetic products from Korea are also gaining a lot of momentum here in terms of adoptions. Yes, Sriram, sorry, go ahead.
So in fact, actually, one of the things I was going to suggest as a follow-on is that I think we should just enable, because of popularity of K-pop, and in some sense the cultural closeness between the two countries that such art forms have already provided. One of the things we can do is to create platforms where young people from India and Korea can create art together. Maybe they can create music together. Maybe they can create pop together. I think just, for example, right, I have a lot of Korean friends, but I know a lot of them from my time in the US. When I studied there, I met Korean friends. I think we should just facilitate online cultural exchange, co-creation between our young people. I think that's a huge opportunity, which is now possible already because of cultural relationships between the countries, because of popularity of things like K-pop. I think that's a huge opportunity.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think we have done. We're running out of time, but I just want to have one quick round. The question let me put, so will not repeat. So if you had unlimited funding and a multidisciplinary team of artists, engineers, designers, AI researchers for, let's say, 3 years, let's not make too much. What is one problem you'd ask them to solve, and why would that be? So you can.
If I can go first, right, I would go for mental health and well-being.
Mental health. So that's and why is that? Can you just?
That's what I would go for. Yeah.
Why is that?
Why? Because I think my colleagues in Korea mentioned stress in Korea. India is no different. I'm a parent. I mentor young engineers. Stress levels in India are extremely high, right? I would say I think focusing on mental health and well-being is the one thing I would go after.
Very good, Sanghamitra.
Yeah, if I had that, then I would ask them to design a city of the future, where, of course, this mental well-being would be integrated in the system, the cultural heritage of the place, and of course convenience, engineering conveniences, etc. But a beautiful city where it would be a pleasure to live.
Great, Jinu.
Yeah, I would be working on simulating the creativity, the art creation process itself, and I think it's also linked with the mental care and also other mental processes, because many of the artworks had developed by human, of course, and for humans' mental care, and because they feel fulfilled and they get satisfied by consuming the art and also creating the art itself. And I think that kind of forms how the artworks are formed, and also how they can share some shared systems. And I wanted to see how the process itself is developed by simulating the creativity itself.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think one of the earliest example of the convergence of art, technology, design, engineering is Bauhaus, built in 1919 in Germany, about a century ago. So it's an art and architecture school, and I asked them to build a new city, like Professor Bandapalli suggested, because the half of the Korean population is near the capital, Seoul, and I will ask them to build new, beautiful 10 cities, so that their problem can be can decrease a little bit and make a new living style. Yeah, that's my suggestion.
Present cities are overcrowded, rural people are migrating, so make different places livable and rich enough for fostering their thing. Great, so I think we had very nice time. We talked about this technology-centered to human-centered innovations, growing tendency to let AI generate ideas, designs, even creative outputs. We understand there are different fields, but there is enough overlapping, and there is tremendous potential and possibilities when we combine as two countries and as two of these dimensions. So with that, we will conclude this part. And this is a time to stretch a little bit. We still have a good session 2, technical session, as well as panel. So I will hand over to Colonel Rai and to take it up and just stretch for a minute as you enter into the last segment of our discussion.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
conducting this session very beautifully.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the
Yes,
next
thanks
session.
to all the panelists. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. For the technical session 2, that is on next generation IT innovation and global talent exchange, it is my privilege to introduce the panel, and Dr. Rohini Srivatsa, fellow of INAE. She's the session chair for this session. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Srivatsa is an accomplished leader in the field of engineering and technology. Suffice to say that she's a board member amongst many reputed companies. She's an adjunct professor at prestigious universities. She's business and AI strategy advisor, and she has been former CTO of Microsoft India and South Asia. Amongst her education, she holds a PhD in computer science engineering from University of Texas at Austin, USA, and an MBA from Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, USA. With that brief introduction, let me now invite Dr. Srivatsa to kindly hold the technical session 2 and conduct it on behalf of the Academy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Colonel Rai. It's been a very, very interesting morning. I have been glued in and listening to all the sessions. Very, very exciting exchange that happened in the first session. Let's move to the next session, which is on next generation IT innovation and global talent exchange. We do have two eminent speakers, and after that we will get into a panel discussion on building India-Korea innovation ecosystems. But let me start first by introducing the first speaker for the session, Mr. Anand Krishnan. It's my pleasure to introduce. Mr. Anand Krishnan was the Chief Technology Officer of TCS until recently, and he was in this role for 17 years with making major contributions. He has served on several governing councils of academia, industry bodies, and government committees. I've had a pleasure of working alongside him for many years. It's been a real honor. He was elected as Fellow of the International Academy of Engineering. He's distinguished alumnus of IIT Delhi. Over to you, Anand. Detailed biography is in the abstract in the booklet. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you, Rohini, and thank you for INAE, NAEK for giving me this opportunity. I was also, listening very intently right from the morning on all the different sessions, and it's wonderful to see the diversity of thought between the two national academies, but also at the same time the convergence in many things that that we seem to have. I'll set the stage for the second track, which is IT innovation and talent exchange. Professor Shantanu did touch upon this in his opening keynote. And it's important to note that there is a state of affairs that is already in place, and it's been in play for the last few decades. So I will briefly start with summarizing the current state. I will then make three suggestions on what are the technology opportunities today for the information technology and talent exchange fields. What are the blue sky opportunities going forward in the next 3 to 5 to 10 years? And then what are the business model opportunities and enablers which are getting into place? And then I'll conclude. What is the current state? The two countries have a very long historical set of relationships to many millennia. In fact, I did some research for this talk, and it's interesting to see that even 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, there were people-to-people ties between India and Korea. And that is something which gives us a lot that we are not starting this, ab initio, but it goes back many, many years. And also recent strategic alignment between the topmost leadership of the countries and the articulation of intent in specific areas gives very strong structural support to this relationship. The ability for both countries to collaborate and learn from each other in the innovation space. Korea, of course, is ranked number 4 in the very popular Global Innovation Index, which places it in the leadership position in every sense of the word. The top strengths are its rich human capital, research talent, and business R&D interface, and 3 clusters: Seoul, Daejeon, and Busan in the top 100. India is ranked 38 on the same benchmark, but we are the topmost in the lower middle income group. And we have 4 clusters in the top 100, Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai. So there is obviously there is strengths on both sides, but there is a lot of opportunity for India to improve with a lot of learning from Korea once the alignment of an intent is there. On the existing state of collaboration in the information technology space, on the Korean company side, the major players like Hyundai, Samsung, and LG have built significant businesses in India and are recognized brands, not just in the IT space, but in the consumer space. They have significant presence in India, Indian talent, capability, capacity building, and even within Korea, they are regarded as pioneers in the relationship between India and Korea. Dr. Aloknath Dey himself, has led the Samsung presence in technology in India for so many years. And these are role models for many, not just Korean players, but for global players as well. On the other side, the Indian IT industry, which is not small, it's depending on how you measure the rupee dollar exchange rate and so on, it's somewhere between $225 to $325 billion annually, and which is 7 to 8% of our GDP, and 185,000 startups at last count. Are we present in Korea to the same extent that Korea is present in India? The answer is no. We have been present for the last couple of decades. I myself have helped establish the Indian presence in Korea 2 decades ago. But the presence is very small. The brand is almost invisible, and there's a lot of ground to cover in comparison with the penetration that the Indian IT industry has in other markets. By other markets, I mean, of course, North America, which is the United States, Canada, and so on, or Europe, including the United Kingdom, or even Asia Pacific, Japan, Australia, China. All of them have a far higher Indian IT presence and engagement with the local economy than we have with Korea. So that is something that I'd like to place on record. It's a lot of ground to cover. On the talent exchange side as well, the two countries have been at a very low key, especially in the student, the innovator, or the entrepreneur, and the academic areas. Again, the big role models for Indian academia, for Indian students, and Indian entrepreneurs are markets which I've already mentioned in the IT context. It's North America, it's Europe, it's the United Kingdom, it's the Far East, Australia, and so on. For some reason, Korea doesn't figure in the top 5 or even the top 10 destinations for that. And I'm sure if we look at it on the reverse side as well, Korean entrepreneurs, Korean students, Korean researchers would probably be clustered around partnerships with the same countries, United States, United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, and so on, rather than partnering with India. So there is an underdevelopment potential on the in the reverse direction as well. Having said that, I think there is potential. I think the previous session was very entertaining. K-pop was mentioned. I live in Chennai, which is probably the biggest Korean community in India, thanks to all the major players who are headquartered here. The Korean cosmetic industry, the Korean movie industry. I think the Parasite movie 2019 was shown in theaters in Chennai. Not just for the Korean expat audience, but also for the Indian audience. And that was the first time I think a Korean movie made its presence felt. It'd be lovely to see whether Bollywood has similar interests. I know I read somewhere that Three Idiots was shown in Korea. I don't know whether it was popular there or not, but that's the kind of exchange which I think we should also take note of. Now, what are the technology opportunities if we are in 2026, the 9th edition of the NAEK INAE workshop? The top areas for technology opportunities from the IT perspective select themselves. AI has been mentioned so many times in the last hour and a half that I would not go into it, but I would specifically point to agentic systems and augmentation of human capabilities as two opportunities. And India has a significant program in sovereign AI. I'll come to that in the next slide as well. I think those are opportunities that we should definitely share with our Korean colleagues. Semiconductors, again, I think given the strategic intent and the investment in India in this area, the top position of Korea in their chosen areas in the semiconductor space, and of course, the presence of Korean majors in India already gives that field of semiconductors and its entire ecosystem a very strong case to be in the top 2, top 3. I have picked cybersecurity and risk governance as an area which I think should be of equal concern to both national governments and also to industry on both sides. So it naturally falls number 3 on my list. And I have included quantum, not just because it's an exciting area and perhaps the next decade will be seeing the full fruition of this capability and technology, but also because it has a relationship with many of the other areas, the first 3 bullets, as a significant enabler for that. In addition to these 4 areas, I've listed 6 or 7 industry domains, which could be within the areas of AI or semiconductors and so on. These could be areas of specific focus to drive collaboration, not just between the information technology, computer science kind of research and industry capabilities on both India and the Korean side, but also the larger industry. So financial services, the digital payment infrastructure, embedded finance risk management, and all the way down to what we discussed in the last session on arts, entertainment, visual computing, extended reality, and so on. I think all these are significant opportunities for Indian and Korean technology players, but also Indian and Korean business players. If we can come across a breakthrough solution, leveraging our strengths, mutual strengths in AI, in semiconductors, and cybersecurity for, let us say, materials and mineral processing, especially, there's a joint interest in rare earth mining, rare earth research, etc., etc. Green steel is already a topic being discussed in the steel industries of India and Korea. I used to work in the Tata Group, and Tata Steel has a significant interest in the space, as also I'm sure Pohang Steel on the Korean side. Supply chains and logistics, I'm on the board of supply chain companies and so on. There is a lot of focus required on AI-driven, resilient 3PL logistics and 4PL logistics, sustainability in that space and so on. So I think there is no shortage of immediate opportunities which can be driven by the two countries, and the two national academies can set up working groups to drive these. I just close the current opportunities with taking us back about 15 or 20 years. The aha moment in India-US IT collaboration was frugal innovation. It was mentioned, I think, by Sangamitra also in the last session. In the 2005-2010 timeframe, innovating at scale, at low cost, was the driver of the mutual interest between the US and India. And this is not just related to coding and so on, but developing products for global markets. I remember one that my company was involved in, which is a surgical stapler, which was retailing in the United States for about $200, and therefore was finding it hard to penetrate into the developed and emerging markets. Indian engineers, TCS included, participated in frugalizing that design. And finally, the product which came out was a reusable stapler design, which could be retailed for about the same price of $200 odd, but it now could be reused across 10, 20, 30 surgeries without any risk. And therefore, the unit cost of usage was dropped by almost 90%. That was the aha moment to say, oh, India can do not just cheap coding, but can develop new products. Will real-time Indian language to Korean bidirectional language translation provide the impetus to India-Korea IT collaboration? By that, I mean not just something which is today's state of the art, but it takes us into the future. I could be speaking in natural language, in this case English, at normal speed, and a listener in Korea who's unfamiliar with English could get a real-time translation in their headsets and react back in Korean, and I would get back an English translation in real time. The technology exists today, demonstrators exist, but can we make this a mass tool to say that, hey, if an Indian student wants to go to Korea and study from the undergraduate level, this tool will be your friend, philosopher, and guide. What are the blue sky opportunities in the 3-year, 5-year, 10-year time frame? I'm a firm believer that IT and AI research, which is embedded into almost every other research domain, is our canvas. Researchers in all these areas, and I'll not go through the list, but if you're a medical sciences, genomics, and health and pharmaceutical researcher, today you use information technology as a tool at a very arm's length level. AI can change that. There is an article that I've co-authored in the next issue of the INA Communications, which talks about how research is being fundamentally changed, and researchers are being fundamentally changed by the presence of AI as an option, not just as a tool, but as almost an equal partner in many, many different areas. And all these areas should be of interest to India and Korea. And of course, we can make breakthroughs in each of these areas as we go forward. Lastly, what are the enablers that I'd like to point to for business models to emerge and actions which are already being taken? On the left side, there are some examples of relatively new things that India has done at the national level. National missions have been set up with very new types of mindsets. Cyber physical systems was the first national mission established almost 10 years ago. The quantum mission, the semiconductor mission, the AI mission, and so on. These are built around some common structural frameworks. Research parks have been established, technology hubs have been established inside those academic institutions where multiple stakeholders, academic researchers, startups, corporate research and innovation, including global companies, VC and finance players, and of course, alumni play a big role because all these have got alumni all over the world. These hubs, I think, can be places where both Korean research as well as Korean corporations can find space and build that kind of engagement. Professor Shantanu had mentioned setting up of COEs for both Indian and Korean students and researchers to work together. These hubs is where I would start on the India side. On the startup side, I was quite impressed with a recent Bharat Innovates event held in Nice in France, aimed at the European Union and specifically French collaborations, where 120 Indian startups and 15 premier higher education institutes showcased the work that they're doing in 13 frontier technology themes. The playbook exists. If we as the two national academies can say, hey, we are willing to work together to bring a similar event, maybe not at that scale, but even half that scale would be a good start, to say that we will take these showcases to the Korean hubs, and then on the reverse side, NAEK can bring the Korean startups, etc., to India. That will be a very nice step to learn. On the right side, there is a long list of already existing enablers from the India-Korea side. And I think the ones that I would really pay attention to is that enabling MOU connecting the 23 IITs with the national universities in Korea for joint research, student exchanges, and so on. The Korean Education Center is I think, got its job cut out for building up that strength. On a lighter note, the Indian student population going to specific countries the last 2 or 3 years has actually been falling because of government policies and so on the other side. This is a great opportunity for Korean universities to step up and say, hey, you know what? Korean universities are equally good in terms of rankings and so on. Why don't you come and do your master's or PhD studies in Korea? So I'm sure all the enablers on the right side, the India-Korea Center and so on, will be paying attention to that. So to conclude, India and Korea have a long-standing relationship. The governments are fully supporting and put a strong set of enablers. We have the potential to create a structured India-Korea innovation agenda. I gave you 2 sets of examples on the IT innovation side for the immediate future as well as the long term. I think the opportunity is right there with us. Looking forward to this discussion. Thank you, and back to you, Rovin.
Thank you, Anant. Thank you for laying out a whole range of opportunities for Korea and India to work together. Let me now ask the second speaker for this session, Mr. Jungwook Lim, to give his address. As a way of quick introduction, Mr. Jungwook Lim is the Executive Director of Startup Alliance Korea, a non-profit organization. And he's been working in the Korea startup ecosystem for a long time now. He's returning to this role after 3 years in the government. In the past, he's had a very diverse career. He's been a venture capitalist and he's been a reporter as well. So a very diverse background. So I'm looking forward to hearing his comments. He holds a bachelor's degree from Hankook University in foreign studies and master's from University of California, Berkeley. He's member of the National Academy of Engineering of Korea and writes an interview series with startup founders on a monthly level. So over to you, Jungwook.
Thank you for the great introduction. My name is Jungwook Lim. I run Startup Alliance Korea. We are a non-profit that support Korean startup ecosystem. We connect founders, investors, and large companies and government. Before this, I spent 3 years in Korean government at the Ministry of the SMEs and Startup, and I oversaw the startup support policy and programs. Through that career, I have traveled to a startup event in India about 9 years ago. I have met founders who move back and forth between 2 countries. This is what I want to share with you today. So through my presentation, I'll try to answer 4 questions here. The one, what does the Korea startup ecosystem look like, and how is it different from India's? 2, how is Korea's startup ecosystem changing right now, and who and which sector is rising? 3, where does Korea-India startup exchange actually stand, and who is already crossing the bridge between 2 countries? And 4, what would it take to keep talents and startup moving both ways? So let me begin. Let me start with the first one. So let me briefly introduce about the 5 strengths of the Korea's startup ecosystem. The first one is the engineering talents. Korea has a lot of graduates from the prestigious engineering school like the KAIST, Postech, and Seoul National Universities, and engineers trained inside the Samsung, Hyundai, LG, Naver, and Kakao. Those people are moving into the startup community. Second, we have plenty of the investment money. Hundreds of venture capital and accelerator invest actively from seed to the growth stage. Third, corporate open innovation. Most of the Korea's leading corporates, Samsung, Hyundai, LG, Naver, and Kakao, they are running their own open innovation program and have received VCs and making startup investment. The fourth, and this one matters for today, on advanced manufacturing base. Korea has very strong manufacturing base. It lets hardware startups scale in semiconductor, batteries, robotics, and mobilities. Fifth, government support. From first-time founders to scaling deep tech companies, central and local government put over $2.5 billion a year into support program and funding. I will go a step further. I would say no government in the world supports startup more actively than Korea's. So let me a little bit, compare the investment money between both countries. Last year, Korean startup raised about 14 trillion won. That is about $10 billion a year. India raised about 16 billion, so India is bigger. This is not surprising. But look at the population. Korea has 51 million people, and India has 1.4 billion people. So per person, Korea puts about 17 times more venture capital into the startup. I am not saying this to boast. I am saying it because it tells you 2 things about the Korea. The first is that we have capital looking into good companies. The second is our limit. 51 million people is not a big enough market for most of those companies. So Korean companies, Korean startup has go abroad early, usually much earlier than Indian startup does. This is a weakness, but it's also an opportunity for Korean companies. So here is the, let me talk about some 2 ecosystem different shape. Here is the Korea next to India. So talent, Korea has a lot of hardware and system engineers trained in the industry. And India has the largest pool of software engineers in the world. The market, Korea is small, but it has very demanding early adopter as a customer. India has 1.4 billion consumers and a median age is under 30. Korean capital, Korean money is mostly domestic and government anchored. The Indian money is more from the global with a deep late stage capital. So industry in Korea is more focused on the semiconductor, batteries, robotic these days. India is IT service, SaaS, digital public infrastructure. And partly because of the difference in market size, India has about 5 times as many unicorns as Korea. So second question is that what is building in Korea right now? So let me compare about 7 years ago. I went back to the presentation I gave 7 years ago on Korean venture capital investment. And I like to compare it today. So 7 years ago, in 2019, I made some analysis about the venture capital investment. At the time, most of the big money goes to e-commerce, fintech, gaming, fashion, travel, prop tech and entertainment, which means mostly for the B2C. So at that time, the deep tech investment was only 10%. But I analysis this year's investment, and this year's mostly for the semiconductor, robotics, AI, space, bio, and things like that. So deep tech investment was over 90% this year. So it's totally changed. So we can look at those company names. And about 7 years ago, the kind of unicorns in Korea is like Kakao, Coupang, Krafton, Toast, Yanolja, mostly B2C platform companies. But now the rising star of the Korean startup scene is mostly companies like the Rebellion, Furiosa, InnoSpace, DeepX, semiconductor, robotics, biotech, those kind of companies. So in Korea, these companies are very well known. So I would say that the landscape of Korean startup ecosystem is totally changed into the deep tech era. So where Korea is distinctive, manufacturing plus AI. So two areas is really strong here. So in Korea right now, the most strong company that raised the most money is AI chips company, AI semiconductor companies. And also physical AI area is also very important. These are the mostly robot companies, drone companies, and aerospace, and those kind of companies actually raising a lot of monies and get the attention here right now. So how these two ecosystem is different and changing. So Korea has a strength in advanced manufacturing, AI semiconductor, robotics and physical AI, and strong government R&D support, while in the meantime, India has a world's software talents, AI developer at scale, and best digital market, and strong entrepreneurial energy. So I think that we can make a lot of synergy between two countries. But we have barely looked each other. So when Korean startup goes global, mostly we are looking for the US, Japan, Europe, Southeast Asia, and recently the Middle East. But not that many people saying about the India. We don't know about the India. So, and especially for the startup, the kind of exchange is very still slim. So I like to share about my experience a little bit. So 9 years ago, I first visited the India at that time, Hyderabad. So it was Global Entrepreneurship Summit. So I was a part of the small startup delegation at the time. So I visited at the time, and it was a big, great event. But my impression was that the kind of exchange between two countries about the startup was almost zero at that time. But recently, Korea-India startup exchange is slowly beginning. So this is the photo from the early this year in New Delhi. So this is kind of startup panel talk in New Delhi. And last year, 11 Korean startups actually first visited Startup Mahakumbh at startup conference in India, New Delhi at the time. So I think that this kind of first Korean startup delegation at the time, and also Indian startup delegation also attended ComeUp conference, the largest startup conference in Seoul at that time. So I would say we started to have this kind of two directions, exchanges right now. But I do not want to talk about the event because the event is easy. So I wanted to talk about the 4 people they crossed before there was a bridge. So first is a Pankaj. Yeah. He graduated from the IIT Kanpur, came to Korea, and earned the master's degree at Seoul National University, then 10 years at Samsung Electronics, where he advised the CTO. In 2017, he founded TechHive out of Samsung's in-house venture program, CREP, the first non-Korean founder to do that. His product, Class Sati, is now used in more than 8,000 schools in Korea, in India, and elsewhere. So, an Indian founder built a Korean company, and that Korean company went back and raised the test scores for Indian children. And he's with us today. He's on the panel later this afternoon, so I will let him tell you the rest himself. My second example is Ravi Shankar Pandit. He came to Korea to study public policy. In 2024, he started a company called Connect. Connect helps foreign residents in Korea use everyday services, the one that are very hard to use without Korean bank account and Korean phone number or Korean ID. Last year, he won K-Startup Grand Challenge. That is Korea's national program for foreign founders. He beat 2,626 teams from the 97 countries. Think about what that means for the moment. Korea is a very hard country to arrive if you do not speak Korean. That difficulty became business for him. And Korea is seeing surge in foreign visitors right now, so he can take away the friction they running into. That will help Korean economy too. Now, the other direction. So Cheolwon Lee. 12 years ago, Cheolwon Lee founded Balance Hero, now called Affinit. His app, True Balance, has passed 120 million downloads in India. The interesting part is not the download. It is what he built. Bank could not score millions of the Indian consumers because there was no credit history. So his team built his own AI credit scoring system. Revenue and operating profit have grown more than 50% a year for the last 5 years. The company is now preparing to list on Kosdaq. He also employed about over 200 people in India and about 50 people in Seoul. He did not export Korean app to India. He solved an Indian problem in India with Indian team on the ground. He has been doing it since 2014, 12 years. And my last example is Chun-Soo Kim. He's the man with a real conviction about Indian startup. In 2016, he led the first Korean venture investment into Indian company. That company was a no broker. It is a unicorn now. Since then, he has backed more than 20 Indian startups: WakeFit, Spinny, Purple, Kuku FM. 7 have become unicorns. 2 have gone public. Then he founded Paramark Ventures in 2021. It now manages about the $300 million across the 2 India-focused funds. Krafton and Naver are anchor investors in his second fund. So Korean capital is already in India. So wherever I call him, he tells me he is in India. So I invited him to this workshop as well. He could not come. He's in India now in investment meeting. So 4 people, 4 different stories, but when I look at them together, same 5 things appear: trust, patience, local network and support, cultural understanding, and long-term commitment. So here is my first question, the one I said I would come back to. All four of these people did it the hard way. They have no program to join, no funding waiting for them, no fellowship. They created their own conditions. So what would it take to make this ordinary? So the goal is not to celebrate to accept for exceptional people. The goal is to build the condition they had to create for themselves. So let me share my 5 ideas about this. So first is that the India Startup Council, a standing platform of founders, investors, universities, and agencies. So this conversation does not start from zero every year. The second is a joint venture fund seeded by the both government, investing in startups that connects the two countries. The third is a founder fellowship for students and aspiring founders who want to explore the other ecosystem and build there. The fourth is opening Korean corporate spin-off programs to the Indian engineers already working in those companies. This is exactly the door Pankaj used before. At least let us connect our flagship event so the traffic keeps moving both ways. So today I can name 4 founders, 4 pioneers today. So if we build the conditions, it could be 40. If it becomes normal, it could be 400. So the 4 exist because they pushed. The 40 and 400 depend on us. So let me finish here. Let's build the next bridge. The next great company may not come from Korea. It may not come from India. It may come from Koreans and Indians building it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jangun. I think I want to just commend you on a very, very informative and insightful talk, and challenging us and providing ideas as well. And I think some of the things that you mentioned just showed the tremendous complementarity of the two countries, the ecosystems. And I think the 4 stories you mentioned are just so inspiring that clearly what you're recommending is worth thinking about deeply. And I hope we do that in the next session, where we have 4 panelists joining me. And indeed, the conversation topic itself is building India-Korea innovation ecosystems. And we're going to try to spend time on each of these topics of innovation ecosystems, talent, startups, and future technologies. I do have 4 distinguished panelists who are joining me, and I would request each one of them to give an opening remarks of maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Whether you have slides or not doesn't matter, and then we will jump into a little bit of interactive conversation. So maybe I could request Dr. Shankar Venugopal, the Vice President of Mahindra & Mahindra from Chennai in India, to begin with his opening remarks.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
So friends, happy to be here participating in this very important discussion. I'll share my perspectives from what is happening in the mobility space and how important operation and building talent has become for us. And I'm sure it is true for both India and Korea. And there are a lot of synergistic opportunities when it comes to innovation and adoption of new technologies. And if we really look at what is happening in the mobility space, there is a very interesting shift in technology from the traditional engine-based vehicles to electric vehicles that are also connected, autonomous, and software driven. So when so many new technologies are coming in, it becomes very important for us to build talent very quickly because we need talent in large numbers. And how do we do that? No industry can do this alone. So this typically comes through collaboration. And the industry and the academia has to collaborate. Industry and the startups, they have to collaborate. And then the government labs, they have to collaborate. And it becomes very important for us to have a very, very strong, focused collaboration happening between these four key players: the industry, academia, the startups, and the government labs. So when we look at India and Korea, ideally we should be able to map these four key players in Korea and in India and have meaningful dialogues between these 4+4, 8 parties to say what are our strengths, where we can collaborate together, what should we do in the short term, medium, and long term. Then it becomes very easy for us to distribute the work and have very meaningful collaborations, which will lead us to a very, very clear realization of a strategic roadmap, both for Korea and India when it comes to realizing new technologies in the mobility space. So what succeed is to identify problems that are similar in nature, both for Korea and India. When it comes to beating a traffic jam, I'm sure both of us have cities which are known for traffic jams. So we need to see how we can use the intelligence in the vehicle, the connectivity between the vehicles to help people navigate through dense traffics in the cities. These kind of problems which are common to both the countries can be taken up. This is on the problem side. But on the solution side, the approach should be the complementary strengths and expertise areas. India could be very good at certain areas, and Korea could be extremely good at certain other areas. How do we mix and match these complementary skills and expertise to quickly solve these important problems? So I think it becomes very important for us to have a discussion around where we want to see the mobility technology growing over the next 5 to 10 years, identify problems that are similar in nature, identify skills and expertise that are complementary in nature, and then start working together by driving collaboration across these 8 parties, which are the industry, academia, startup, and the government labs, both in Korea and India. These are my initial thoughts. Thank you so much.
So,
Ma'am, you're on mute.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, so let me now ask Venkata Subramaniam to give his initial comments. Venkata is the former head of IBM Quantum India and CEO of Qubit Force in India. Over to you, Venkata.
Dr. Venkat, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're on mute now, Venkata.
It's my turn this time. Okay. Yes,
No
thank
worries. No, happens. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to be here. So I see a lot of synergies, and my talk is going to just introduce some things on how we can build a deep tech future, hardware, software, and everything in between also. So yeah. So today, we are at the beginning of a new age of computation. There is, our classical computers have reached an era where we have GPUs, very fast computation happening, AI has come in, and quantum is just beginning to take off. So computing itself has branched. For the first time, we have a binary computer and we have a non-binary, a qubit-based computer, which is both 0 and 1, and where the qubits can be talk to each other, share information. So what we have is, for the first time, we now have infrastructure which can be very, 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 very diverse. There is AI, there is HPC, there is quantum. And really what we are saying is all these tools can come together to solve problems which were not solvable even 3, 4, 5 years ago, or even 2 years ago, So there is a huge, huge, huge potential today. And if you see the supply chain for all of these components, this supply chain is very, very hard. Whether you look at quantum, whether you look at AI infrastructure, whether HPC, all of this, the supply chain, I am in quantum today, and for us to get the components for making quantum computers, I have to go across the world to different parts, and there is a lead time of 6 to 12 months just for the components. So there is a big need for us to build that ecosystem. And in India, there is huge, 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 interest. Every state in the country, every big organization like RBI, DRDO, all of them are now having these focused efforts around whether it's AI, whether it's quantum, nuclear, all of them, the 5 fundamental technologies today, semiconductor, quantum, AI, nuclear, all of these, because each is connected. And I see that the same is happening in Korea. Korea too is investing big into deep tech, and lots of startups. In just 1 week, I saw this news, 500 plus million in fresh capital in 1 week in deep tech in that 1 week in June, July. Okay. And one of the big things that we are seeing in India today is talent. Lots, whether you see the IBM quantum computers or you see reports like this McKinsey report, wherever you go, lots and lots of talent, and we are seeing it on the ground. We started a course in NPTEL, 200,000 students joined that. Lots of gold medalists, lots of silver medalists who all got absorbed in the Quantum Valley, in the Q City in Karnataka. And many of them also now have offers for masters and PhD from India and abroad. India, as you know, has a national quantum mission, so does it. It has a national semiconductor mission, it has a national AI mission. So all the deep technologies are covered. And in quantum, across the country, many labs, institutions, educational institutions, all of them are focusing on doing research, building technology. And here, our group here, we have been focused on building quantum components, building reference facilities where you can test these components and manufacture quantum computers. And the biggest challenge, as I said, is getting the supply chain, whether it is processors, whether it is control systems, power supplies, cryogenics, all of these are very, very, very hard today to procure. There is huge lead times. In fact, sometimes a lot of this technology is denied. So there is a big opportunity here for us to come together and build a very robust ecosystem that can cater to the industry. In April this year, we brought together components from various parts of India. And what I would really envision is for us to do this together, where we are leveraging strengths from Korea and where we are leveraging strengths from India. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Venkat. Let me ask now Pankaj to give his opening remarks. Pankaj Agarwal, you were mentioned in the previous in the talk by Jungkook Lim, so very much looking forward to listening to you. Please share your opening remarks.
Awesome. Can you hear me? Okay. So I have a presentation also to share. Thank you so much. And first of all, thanks to Mr. Lim, Im Jung Sil Changnim Thepyonim, for putting me on the slide there. I think I need to work harder. I need to do more before I can deserve to be there. So what I'll do is I have prepared a set of slides. I'll walk through that to just tell us who we are and also try to set the stage for this panel discussion. So thank you so much once again for having me. I'm going to start with something that confuses people when I say I run a Korean company and most of our customers are in India. My company, Tag Hive, was founded in Korea in 2017. It's backed by Samsung Ventures and headquartered in Korea. And we have an Indian entity as well, Tag Hive India Private Limited. And most of our customers who are schools and foundations and corporate CSRs, they are all in India. Now, this sentence particularly took me around 9 years to come true, so 2017 to 2026. And it has been a long journey, but very, very fulfilling. So I'll just tell you briefly about me. So 17 years, so I came to Korea in 2004. I did my undergrad from India, IIT Kanpur, and came to Samsung as a research student initially, did my master's from Korea, and then worked at Samsung as an engineer for 4 years, went for my MBA to Harvard Business School. It was a historical moment for me because Samsung, for the first time ever, sponsored a non-Korean for an overseas MBA. And there was a reason for that because they never had a contract in place for a foreigner to do an MBA outside because they have this obligation which we need to fulfill. But I was sent outside to US through Samsung without any contract. It was just a verbal agreement that I would come back. So as Mr. Lim pointed out in his research, in his presentation, one of the key elements in building the bridge is the trust. So Samsung trusted me and I trusted Samsung's decisions. I came back. While I had many opportunities in the US, I came back and then worked at Samsung for another 5 years and very naturally came out of Samsung as a startup founder because they had this in-house incubation program. I was lucky, honestly, and my boss, the CTO, was very kind to have me in that system. So I did that, and I thought I would finish my work. So my vision was to change the way education is delivered. I thought I will do it in 3-4 years and come back to Samsung or do whatever, but that journey has been long. I feel that cracking the education system and doing something for that, it takes a long time. So I'm still working on my vision to make learning more equitable in classrooms. So the product that we have built is Class Sathi. So what it does is very simple. So I have 2 remotes here. So the idea is very simple, that when a teacher has taught something in the class, do everybody understand? So there is, right now what we have exams. But exams are delayed feedback loops. You know, you would know after a couple of months whether the student understood or not. How about if we can do in real time? I taught something as a teacher now, and right now if I want to understand whether students understood or not. So we built this clicker that you see in the picture there, also in my hand here. It's a very simple mechanism. This is a hardware device that does not need any internet, and every student has this, and they respond within this device, and teachers can know in real time who got the concept right or wrong. And they can teach with purpose then. And there's a lot more around analytics, around insights that we use to help teachers become better at their jobs. Now, I think if I was not in Korea, and if I was not an Indian looking at India market, I would not have been able to do this. So neither country alone could have done it. Because I was a hardware engineer at Samsung, and because I wanted to build something for India, I started looking at options, and I built this hardware. In Korea, as pointed out earlier, we have a very good ecosystem for manufacturing. So we were able to build a product. While it looks very simple, but this is the world's first Bluetooth clicker. It uses Bluetooth technology, and it's very low cost and low powered energy. So we can use the same battery for around more than 2 years or so. And also, when I started the journey, my focus was to build for the schools in India which had nothing, like government schools, because I come from a small village in India. So I wanted to build for my village school. And then I built for the school that had no internet, no infrastructure. So that problem statement was very powerful. So within the combination of the two, I was able to build that. Korea has internet all over. So you'd never build an internet-free product if you were in Korea, if you're not looking at India. So I understood that product. Despite being an Indian and having lived in India for long, I struggled to actually define the problem. So it took me a lot of iterations and a lot of effort to really distill the problem and build that product. I'll quickly go over this, and then of course, we'll touch about this in the panel, but I just thought I'll lay it out here. You know, when we do business in 2 countries, we have a Tag Hive Korea business, we have Tag Hive India. As you know, the counting cycle is different. Jan to December, April to March, it is complicated. two tax regimes, a lot of things are going on. But we somehow manage it. I think we need more support there. Two ecosystems is not two options. It's actually double work for us. Also, as we are raising capital, we realize that many Indian investors think of Korean companies, or because we have a headquarters in Korea, they are a little bit hesitant to invest in Korean in our company. Korean investors, because I'm a non-Korean, I'm a foreigner, they sometimes doubt me that, okay, will this guy stay in Korea for long? Can I trust him? Of course, I have broken the trust barrier multiple times, and I've of course overcome the barrier, and I've been able to raise capital multiple times through Korean VCs. So all my VCs in my cap table are Korean, which is a great. I mean, I'm not sure how it happened, but it has happened, and we're raising more capital as we go forward. But it takes time, it takes effort. But as pointed out earlier through Mr. Lim's presentation, patience is that other element. We have to be patient. We have to keep on showing that we are able to do this, deliver outputs. And I realize that it's not capital per se, it's more about people. If you're able to get good people on both sides, it will actually happen. We'll talk about this a little bit more down the problem. I just wanted to end my presentation with one thing, that over the years I have realized that India and Korea do not have an intent problem, which is great. We both want to work together. We both have a lot of aspiration for each other. I think what we are lacking is a middle layer problem. And I'll talk about that in my next few points when we make it during the panel discussion. I'll tell you what that middle layer problem is. Basically, the idea is we have top-level discussions, we have bottom-level things happening, but in the middle, a lot of things are missing. So we need to do more engagement. We need to have more operators in the system here who can actually build the ecosystem. So once again, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here to learn, here to contribute, and to hear the fellow panelists' points of view as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pankaj. Looking forward to hearing more and really insightful comments. Now let me ask Dr. Felix Kim to give his opening remarks. Felix has a very interesting background. He's by training a lawyer. In fact, has a doctorate in law, but he's also an entrepreneur and therefore brings a very unique breadth of experience. So Felix, over to you, Mr. Felix Jung-woo Kim.
Thank you so much for that. आपसे मिलकर खुशी हुई. मेरा नाम Felix Jung-woo Kim है. My name is Felix Jung-woo Kim, and I think I've been operating, and I first went to India in 2018 as soon as I finished my doctorate in law. I think the story that I want to tell today is about, I think I would like to go a little bit back to my upbringing. As a child, I grew up in Los Angeles, and there's actually a very specific reason why I went to India, and that goes back to my childhood when I was living in Los Angeles with my parents. At that time, my dream was to become an engineer at Disney, which was right across the street from my home. But after that, one day when I was a teenager, my parents came home and told me that we were all moving back to Korea, which was very much a shock to me, because I was training my entire life to become an software engineer at Disney and Pixar. But at the time when I came back to Korea, I realized at the time that Disney and Pixar did not hire from Korea at the time, and so my entire life trajectory changed. And that is when I realized that we had a global problem, which was that while talent is quite universal, opportunity is very local. And that has become kind of my theme as my trajectory as I started my entrepreneurship journey in 2018. When I looked at the global stage, I realized that India had the world's largest population and one of the world's best talented pools of engineers, but oftentimes many Indian engineers lacked access to global opportunities, and that is why I felt that the biggest problem to that this lack of opportunity and jobs was felt the biggest in India. And that is why I decided in 2018, I still remember the date, it was the second week of May 12th, I think, when I first got on the plane to India. And ever since then, I've basically run McKinley Rice Co. Ltd. our brand name is RedRob, which is border in reverse, border spelled in reverse. And our goal is to basically reverse opportunities and connect Indian talent with US and Korean companies. For instance, one of our largest customers right now is LG. We haven't gotten Samsung yet, unfortunately. But yes. We've been hiring last year. For instance, we've connected around 400 companies, Korean startups and SMBs with Indian talent. The entire workforce that we've hired last year amounts to about 1,500 workers. So 1,500 software engineers in India have been connected with Korean startups and SMBs. And and we're building the next generation AI-powered infrastructure for Indian talent and give them access to opportunities, not only starting with Korea, but also in the US and across the world. And that's been my journey so far in operating in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jungkook. And it's very interesting to hear your story. It always shows the passion behind the entrepreneur who takes that journey. What I'd like to do is go through a few questions, and I, in particular, given the breadth of the panel here, have thought about questions that I will first ask one of you, and then have others join with their perspective, so that we all have a chance to benefit from the really, really diverse and expertise that we have here on the panel. So Felix, given you just spoke about your journey, maybe I'll just ask you to start and go a little bit deeper, particularly if you look at both India and Korea and the different innovation ecosystems that we have in there. So while you do look at talent exchange, if we thought about the innovation ecosystem as such, what would it take to connect these two in a way that is sustainable and not one-off, beyond going to trade, investment, etc.? What are the missing pieces from your vantage point?
Sure, thank you. I think personally, everything starts from R&D. I think research and for a lot of Korean companies, from my experience, when they are hiring Indian talent for the first time, they all understand that India has a very rich and diverse talent set. For instance, every Korean CEO, I think, understands that most US Silicon Valley CEOs are from Indian descent, either Indian Americans or Indian immigrants. And because of that, everyone understands on a more in their mind that Indian talent is extremely smart and intelligent and abundant. India has the world's largest base of engineering talent in the world. But I think for them to initially hire from India and do talent exchanges, I think it's very difficult for them to start from scratch. That is why, from my experience, I think joint coordinations between research, especially R&D research institutes, have been very successful from my perspective. For instance, last year, one of our customers did a joint R&D project with IIT Jammu, and that is the first time that they've been partnering with an overseas university and an R&D lab. And they were very successful in building a healthcare device that was exported to the Middle East. And I think R&D is very important in facilitating the initial cooperation and showcasing Indian talent to Korean companies and abroad as well.
Great. Maybe let me ask if on the same question, if Shankar or Venkat have a point of view to add to it. Go ahead, Venkat.
I have just one quick point. R&D is a very good place to start.
Yeah.
What I want to add to that is the kind of choosing problems that are in the pastures quadrant, where the problem is something very real world problem and easy to commercialize. There is a path to market, but the solution needs a very deep research. That combination, if we choose, then I think we'll see the impact of it very quickly. So that's a very promising area where we focus R&D on the pastures quadrant in multiple domains. Sure.
Got it.
So I would like to share work that we are doing here, because even within India, we've been struggling to connect MSMEs, industry, startups with academia. Okay,
Yeah.
that challenge has been there even within India. And in the Quantum Valley, we just had a workshop last month, okay, where we brought together MSMEs from various parts of the country, where the researchers said, here are parts which we are struggling to get from across the world, because either the lead times are high or something is very difficult. And so, to our surprise, two places here in Andhra, one is called Machilipatnam, which is fish town, and another which is called Autonagar, which is auto town. Okay, both of them have now come forward, and the first quantum components, which are DC wires and DC harnesses and DC towers, are now being made here. Okay, all that was required was for researchers and people who make these things to come together. And I think such workshops will be very, very good. And in fact, yesterday I was at a university and they said they want to have an exchange program where their students, 100 students from here and 100 students from the other country can just go spend a month where the expenses are borne by whichever country they're flying to, I mean, to make it simple, whatever is simple. Okay. So I think we need to think about very easy mechanisms which are workable, which will excite people and which will result in immediate gains, because the Machilipatnam and the auto town happened within 3 months, they were making those components.
Yeah, thanks for that, Venkat. I think, in fact, I was thinking that even while the conversations were happening earlier, that I think India could learn a lot from Korea in terms of this ability to move from R&D to product to product ecosystems. I think that industry connect. And while Felix, you talked about R&D as the starting point for an innovation ecosystem, maybe moving on to the startup journey that you've been on, Pankaj. Given that you built this company across the India-Korea ecosystem and it took you 9 years, as you said, what would it take to really accelerate that and make these cross-border startup relationships happen much faster at a greater scale? The numbers that initially were thrown out, four today to 440 and to 400. What are the biggest barriers? You mentioned about the middle layer, but could you go a little bit deeper into scaling into each other's markets, and what does it take?
Absolutely. So we talk to a lot of entrepreneurs in Korea who want to enter India, and likewise from India as well. I think there is a gap of ownership, in my opinion. That of course we have relationship, we go and do MOUs, we do agreements, but they don't last long. That's what we have seen. In our case, because we are TiECHive Korea and TiECHive India, it's very closely knitted. We actually happen to work with full ownership. So I think we have to build systems that allow both the sides to have skin in the game and something to benefit from. If it is just a relationship, we just start to look at our own P&Ls and we have other competing priorities, we will just move on. This is one of the biggest learnings I've had. And second is, I realized that the Korean side of business, they are looking at things to happen in at a particular speed. Even the Korea's international calling code is 82, which is Palli. It is fast. So, and India, well, it just needs more time, patience. So many Korean entrepreneurs go to India, and in fact, I am also an Indian, but when I started the business, I was more Korean than Indian. So I was having the similar mindset like a Korean has, okay, let's get it done tomorrow, now, and all that. But I realized that it just takes time. India is big, decision time can be a little bit longer. So that realization is very important at the core. If we just imagine the same things to our processes are different. So I think we have to spend time to understand the culture, understand how things get done. There is certain quality standards as well on both sides. India has a different way of getting the job done. So many times, I think because of that gap in understanding, things just split. You know, even when we have high-level delegations visit to India, I have heard that, we are not so prepared. But at the last moment, everything happens, right? So if we realize those gaps, I think we will start to build together, and that ownership will start to come. Also, the other example I'll give you is many times when Korean entrepreneurs go to India, particularly, they'll go like 10 times, 20 times, they'll go, come back. Of course, people like Felix have done a great job, but I think what I realized is instead of going and coming back, you have to just go and stay there to get the job done. Just keep on pushing, and things happen. And for Indian startups who want to come to Korea, I think they think of translation as localization. You know, I've seen a lot of English-speaking apps in India. They'll make a Korean version, they'll just translate the language. And they think that translation is localization, which is not true. Localization means the narrative has to change, the app interface has to change. Korean UIs are so beautiful, and those UIs have to be shaped in that manner. So localization needs beyond translation. So all that realization only come if you come and stay here and do the field test. Many Indian entrepreneurs who came to Korea told me that they have difficulty in staying here because of the food, the language, and all that. But now things have changed. You know, I'm a vegetarian myself, but I've survived and excelled here to some extent. And people these days, you know, speak English everywhere. So that problem is also coming down. I am hopeful and I'm very positive that going forward, the exchange will only increase. And we will see a lot of good things coming up.
Thank you for that, Pankaj. I mean, you spoke about certain things which are very cultural, and yet I think you are showing the way in terms of what's possible, and you know, and how things are changing as well. And given for startups as well as, and of course, startups work also as a different pace, and you know, they have that challenge in India as well. But I think some of those are also changing. Let me move to Shankar. Given that the aspect that we are dealt with both with Felix and Pankaj is about people who become at the heart of an innovation and startup ecosystem, what might you suggest is the kind of India-Korea talent exchange or type of program or approach that we should take, whether it should include students, researchers, entrepreneurs, engineers? How do we make that exchange two-way? Any thoughts from your side, from the corporate experience that you bring to the table?
Absolutely. I'll again limit myself to the mobility context, my points. But what is needed is a layered approach. Definitely the base layer would be the students and the faculty whom we have to have some kind of an exchange program where the faculties and students will work together on problems of common interest. So it will be a mixed team, say one Indian faculty, one Korean faculty, and say 2 Indian students and 2 Korean students. So it's a team which works together on one problem which is relevant to both the countries. And this problem, they can work on for an extended period of time, maybe 6 to 12 months, but it will be typically an innovation project that they get to work together on. I think that is very important because there will be learning, but there will also be a lot of collaboration that happens, and the problem is getting solved. All three will happen. The second layer is where the startups come together, And these could be startups working in complementary space. If one startup is working on the electric vehicles, there could be another startup working on the batteries, another startup working on the automotive electronics, and another working on the motors and powertrain. All of them could be, some of them could be in India, some of them could be in Korea, but they can all work together because they have a common goal and objective of building a sustainable mobility. So that can bring all these parties together to work together, collaborate, and demonstrate sustainable mobility goals. So the second layer is primarily the startups coming together. The third layer is where I see an opportunity for the government labs to align their long-term strategic objectives and technology roadmaps and drive collaboration. This happens when both the Korean government labs and the Indian government labs say that these are our top 3 strategic priority areas. And this is the kind of a roadmap, what we want to do over the next 5 years and 10 years time frame. Then we can distribute the work to see what is our strength and who will do what. This can also lead to joint proposals between India and Korea, a joint funding, which opens up a lot of new ideas that can possibly get funded through this collaboration. So we are primarily looking at talent building at 3 levels. One is at the students and faculty level, which is through a university exchange program. Second is at a startup level, where I gave the example of mobility, especially when the software and the hardware are coming together in the emerging mobility technology space, it becomes very important for us to collaborate because these two are very strength areas for both the countries. There is tremendous collaboration opportunity to make both the hardware and the software come together to build world-class vehicles which are truly sustainable, because these goals are very common both for Korea and for India. And the third and the topmost layer is where we are looking at government labs aligning their strategic priority areas and driving collaboration through joint research proposals, which can be funded by both the countries together. So this is a quick way for us to build talent. And what I'm looking at is a 3 to 5 year time frame where we'll be able to see tangible results coming out of this collaboration.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Shankar. You pretty much answered a question I was going to put to all the panelists, and being a little looking at the clock as well, and being a little bit outcome focused, I'm going to ask Venkat to start from you. That if we, as a group, were to meet in 3 years, what is the one tangible outcome that you would say that has been achieved for a successful partnership between India and Korea? Maybe you could start with that, given you spoke quite a bit about quantum, and maybe you could combine that and talk about one tangible outcome that we should be aiming towards.
Yes, thank you. Are you able to hear me? I hope you are, because the network
Yes.
seems a bit weak
Yes,
here.
yes. We can
Okay,
hear you.
excellent.
Can't see you
Okay.
yet, but we can hear you.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. Yeah, so you see, as one of the panelists also mentioned, speed. Today, in today's world, speed is very, very important, and often India is not considered a very speedy place to do business, and a lot of patience is prescribed and all of that. But I think, we must work in mission mode for specific focused goals. It could be, things that Korean companies decide what is it that they want to achieve from collaborations in India. But if you ask me in quantum, I know exactly what is required, because when I was in IBM, I used to work with the Korean team also, where we had installed the IBM system 2 at the university there. So there are multiple ways in which, especially for example, in software areas, India has always been a very strong contributor. So there are places where I think there are excellent synergies, but speed is the most important thing. And we need to identify, for example, in quantum, it can be the quantum supply chain. The supply chain is broken, whether you look at software products or you look at hardware products in both areas. And I think if we can quickly have a workshop, and as sir, one of the previous panelists mentioned, we can have joint programs to develop some of these technologies. I think that's a thing where we can, in 3 years, develop one joint product in quantum. I think that is something like that is what I would aim for, where there are synergies from Korea, what we build, and from India, what we build. We decide that.
Thank you, Venkat. Any final thoughts from either Felix or Pankaj?
So I think we will, if we have more companies, more success stories that come from both the countries, and we have more institutional investors on our cap tables, and as Mr. Lim pointed out earlier, 440 to 400, if we can achieve that, not memorandums of understanding or agreements, actual companies, if we can increase that traffic, I think we are there. And I also want to take a moment to say hello to Dr. Alok. I didn't know that you are here, sir. And of course, also I got a message from Jayant Patil, sir. Sir, it's lovely to always see you. You have so much of energy. I think in India, we have a lot of inspirational people who have the willingness and the desire to help people. And in Korea, we have amazing folks as well. If we can get their leadership and we get their support, I think we will crack it. It is definitely possible. People like Dr. Alok, and of course, others as well. I've had a privilege to talk to Dr. Alok a lot. So I think, people like him are much needed. And Dr. Lim on this side, I think we need these people to actually collaborate. They can be the enablers that we are looking for to make that happen, that 440 to 400.
Some good news to share. Where speed has been achieved, it's no longer a challenge. That is when it comes to new products in the automotive space. It used to take 5 years, then it became 3 years. Now, within 2 years, we are bringing out electric vehicles and software-defined vehicles. So this is an amazing space to work together where India and Korea can bring complementary skills.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Felix, any last thoughts?
Yes. I guess from a legal background, I would like to say in 3 years, if we can see a little bit more better tax treaties from both sides, I think that would be very helpful. The reason that I bring up taxes is because for our company, for instance, we're very seriously considering IPOing not only on the Korean Stock Exchange, but doing a dual listing, of course, within the regulations regarding dual listing in India and both in Korea, step by step, first in India and then later on in Korea. But then especially, but when we look at how our investors and VC investors would exit and sell their shares, taxation and especially cross-border taxation is extremely difficult to navigate. So I think if we have a mutual tax agreements in place that makes IPOing easier in both countries, I think that would be a very big boost for both Indian and Korean startups to flourish in each other's environment.
Those very specific recommendations. I appreciate that very much. I think we started
One
with...
quick point, if I can make on the intellectual property side, if we can have an arrangement where Indian patent applications can be processed faster in Korea and Korean patent applications can be processed faster in India, that will drive collaboration, especially on the innovation front.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I'm going to close the panel in the interest of time. A lot of potential opportunities were laid out by Anand, and then Jungkook spoke about very, very good synergistic capabilities of both the ecosystems. And I think we got a sense from the 4 panelists in the session on both challenges as well as perhaps changing ecosystems in both places in terms of maybe earlier perceptions, while clearly true, both ecosystems are also evolving. Well, let me close. Thank you to all the panelists and both the speakers for making this a really interactive and useful session. We could have gone on for longer, but I'm going to close and back to Colonel Rai.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for conducting this panel in a befitting manner. On behalf of INE, let me express my gratitude to you and all the esteemed panelists. I will now invite Dr. Alok Nade again for the concluding session so that the complete workshop can be summarized. Dr. Dey, sir, are you there?
Yes.
Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I hope that last 4 hours have been very meaningful for all the attendees. And we see our INE Batil has been staying for throughout this entire workshop. And we also see NAEK President Professor Yoon is also watching in the venue in Korea. And I'm sure all the attendees are also there. So thank you again, all the panelists, all the speakers. We would produce some kind of summary and takeaway from this thing as you have all listened. Very many things have come up, so it is hard to synthesize in a short time, but I have just jotted down 10 key points for now. This is not in any order. If there is any missing, I'm sure in the full report, it will come up. First of all, I think creative market, we started with that. And in fact, the OTT and the micro dramas, pocket TV kind of things, mobile TV, and in India, how it is growing from 360 million to 600 million of gamers. At the same time, Korea number is static, but a lot of revenues, $20 billion versus here, $4 billion that is there. So it is an under-monetized market. There is potential, and as the speaker said, it's not emerging market, it's the market, how to utilize. And we have seen that in the TV context, the $0 to $300 million came up in very short period. So let's continue to work on market building. Number two, there is in the young communities, there is always this concern of AI coming and job losses happening. We have seen that within engineering space itself, AI, for example, taking into cybersecurity, can solve many things, right? So what we understood in one of the presentations, that how we can build robust tools for education. It's a mental build for youth. It's a system thinking. And it's not about, in today's discussions, those who have grasped it, they must have seen that the job losses is in one part, few of them will go. But the way, we used to write programming, now code plus data has come. If you add design to that, the way code plus data that we have done and that has unfolded, I think this can create a humongous number of opportunities, roles in due course. Number three, I think we had a very interesting perspective of what innovation means in every context. When it is in art, it's vision and seeing. In the design, it's empathy and living. In engineering, it's execution and building. So there is a good framework. And in that context, we have also seen it's not just the order and pattern that we have been very practicing in engineering, but the art brings randomness. If not full random, it's controlled chaos, right? Fractals kind of things that we have seen. So it's patterns, but also randomness all together with different meaning of innovation, looking from various angles. And in other contexts, we have seen if you have to build a bridge, aesthetics play a role, possibilities, newer types of buildings, newer types of bridges that are coming, which is showcasing a combination of engineering and design in a beautiful fashion. Number four, in the process, we also understand that this journey would not be smooth. There would be tons of questions. When you move from interactive to responsiveness, It's not just feedback from human being, but also from machines, right? When you talk about creator economy, it's not just a consumer, it's producer plus consumer, like prosumers. It is centralized systems. When you go to decentralized, that's very different. So ethics, quality, intellectual property, I think we need a lot of redefinitions, and we will confront with very many questions. And I think we should sort that out as we move forward. Then we also saw very interesting examples of musical studio. We talked about Indian instruments, synergies between Korean and Indian instruments, how movies could be created. When we look into today's computing world, I mean, we have seen CPU, then there was DSPs, GPU, NPU. We talked quite a lot about quantum computing and how things are unfolding in the qubit process. The language, when you include this art and movie making and studio, it could change. And I was just thinking, like in DSP, we have math as a instruction set, right? Multiply, add, accumulate, that comes very many times. Just in a lighter mode, in the art world will be light sound actions, right? LSA, light sound actions. I mean, this is just one abbreviation, but there would be tons of such things. So we would possibly need a different type of computing processing world and the instruction set in that sense. My sixth takeaway is that we've seen same things that we have been doing. For example, digital movie in the old world, how this was there in one of the presentations you have seen, cameras to 3D printing to motion captures. It has evolved over time. And in the art world, when you take it, one more framework that we got, that same AI and emerging technologies can be a great tools. It can be a protector, a guardian, but it can also pose rivalry and bring out the quality. Initially, we built something to have a higher quality, empower people, make it masses beautifully, but then in turn, it could also trivialize the quality. We have seen that in NFT for that matter, right? Art is very precious and we should be preserving its rarity that we talked about, but NFT's original objective got a little bit distorted on the way, and then how things got changed in the direction. So tools, guardian, rivalry, how do you manage that? The other point that came up in very many presentations is the persistence, permanency. Like we talked about Indian buildings, or in Korea also, and the temples, thousands of years that they have been withstanding. There are projects that we talked about, digital Michelangelo versus digital Hampi in India. So what does it take to do to bring that kind of long-term durations? It's not just consume and go. I mean, there will be few things transactional, but there will be many such things that we have to create, which is not just for instant gratification. And beautiful examples came, like the future of museums, making it interactive, digital rights. We saw that, right? Testimonials from the people that are not there would be nice. So living beyond life. And I must say that, freedom fighters, we have seen many of them in their own voices. Even voice cloning is helping because we have not seen them, but it is always encouraging to hear in that original voice and with the book. By the way, I should say that India and Korea both have got Independence Day very close, 1945 and 47. And if you didn't know, both the countries have 15th August as the Independence Day. So it's 4 days away. So happy I-Day to all of us in this community. So that was my seventh point. Coming to the last three, which is more about ecosystem and cooperations, how we've been building, I would say that one framework that we nicely got from the presentation, that multiple layers we should do exchange. Like Korean companies in India, there is great presence, but Indian companies not being there that much in Korea. So what should we do? We have recently seen LG Electronics India did the IPO. And in fact, it was even higher than overall companies' valuation. So there is a lot of enthusiasm and products that are being used in India, whether it is LG or Hyundai or Kia or Samsung, for that matter. But we can think it of in structured way. And there are India missions, there are Korea missions, Korean trust areas. Recently, I think Prime Minister have shown interest from India as we embark on shipbuilding. Korea is known for shipbuilding, for that matter. I think there is a lot of potential in this area to create and maybe newer ways and with the design and engineering to build this. Cultural level exchange, the GCC level exchange, academia, Indian students, if they're not going abroad in other countries, then what is it take to go to Korea? So I think we looked into this from every angle. In fact, it came also as a supply chain. Can we manage and talent in both sides, but battery processors, can we make sure when we build these startups that we have multi-level exchanges? Coming naturally to the ninth point of exchanges, what are then the models? So R&D to production to commercialization. And we saw from one of the presentations, embedded team, rotating anchor, joint lab models, right? So that's, I think, on models, and we can further discuss, and definitely we can see what would work in a nicer way to take it. So it's a hardware plus software, creator and consumer, it's academia and industry, all places. Alongside, we got the point that it is not an intent issue, right? The top commits, the bottom works, but we have seen the middle layer is somewhere breaking the ownership issues, cultural nuances that is coming, Palli versus, in India, it goes in its own way. The cultural nuances, what does it mean, localization versus translation? So there is a lot that needs to happen in this middle layer if we want to work and decide together. And then we should agree to do that, but how to define it is the point. And the last point that I would emphasize for today is that we have Pankaj, Ravi, Chalun, and Chunsu. I mean, there are 4 of them, and they have shown success. We have seen some global entrepreneurship summit. I saw 2017 in Hyderabad. We did it in Bangalore 2018. And I have my own experience to create Samsung Ventures in India, and we, in 3 years, about $40 million, we invested in Indian startups. So there are ways, there are willingness, but it breaks. It happens in pockets. So I think the question that came was whether it is tax treaty, whether it is financial accounting process. I mean, we have to go down to that level and then decide council format, venture fund, open spin-offs, all of this, so that it doesn't stay with 4 people and we can really reach to 40 and 400 that we are envisaging. It is quite possible, and I hope we all put effort. Today is 4 hours. I'm hoping that you all enjoyed. Thank you again. Handing over to Anurag. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Dr. Desa. Thank you very much. I see a number of esteemed panelists, even presidents are here today. So on behalf of the Academy, let me express my gratitude to each one of you who are here, presidents of the respective academies, Mr. Patil and Professor Yoon, esteemed keynote speakers who are there, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary and Mr. Hyun Son. Also the esteemed speakers of both panel 1 and panel 2 and the chairs of the respective sessions. My gratitude on behalf of the Academy for taking out time and doing the honors. Similarly, for the esteemed panelists and the speakers, our gratitude. As Dr. D has brought out, we will be working very closely with NAEK to bring out a document on this, which we will be discussing further. Thank you for all of you for taking out time. And on behalf of Academy, once again, thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you, sir.